and says, look, it's not my responsibility. I don't know if a police goes there and shoots someone. It's not my responsibility. Yeah, and he said something that actually hurts when he said that if he's the minister for transport and the driver just goes out there and then they cause accidents, it's not his responsibility. He should not take responsibility for it. So I wonder which country we are living in if they cannot practice that doctrine of command responsibility, in the hierarchy. Thank you so much, Justice. Let me listen to others as I hand the mic over to you.
Wow, very well. Thanks, Japunch. I like the way you've given a whole overview and some specific examples that I'm sure we're going to get into at some point. And I think what is coming out clearly from your submission is that there was some level of arrogance, lack of empathy, and failure to take responsibility in a way that brings the country together to know that we will have a leader that can hear what our hearts are saying, not just what our words are saying. And I think, yes, here we are not endorsing anybody. We are not. I'm sure we have people here who are for or against, but we are trying to interrogate, and this is going to be coming up over and over again as we proceed. But let me hear from you, Obi. Karibu-san, and thanks for being part of our conversation. How are you doing, and what do you make of this discussion?
Thanks, Justice, for all, and good evening, everyone. I hope your day was well. For me, when I had Matiangi's interview yesterday, I found it a little bit, he was so ignorant. When that journalist, Gituku from Citizen, the way he was asking him questions, you could see Matiang'i, he was he was like overexcited and like ni kama alikuwa ni kama ako sure like atapata watu watamchagua, though I didn't listen to the whole interview, but for now, Justice, I'm busy. I'll come back to maybe ask people some questions because I don't have much history about Matiangi's performance in the government. So for now, I can't talk much. Maybe I will listen
Thank you.
to
Thank you.
other speakers. Yeah.
Thank you, Yobi. Appreciate your participation. I'm going to have this conversation as I bring in Sam Mokaya on this. There are two things that I want us to begin with before we get into substantive discussions on policy issues that were asked of Matiang'i. If you have listened to the interview, Sam, who was Matiang'i talking to? Who was his audience? Because I did listen and went back and listened again. And a few things that I asked myself is that who was he talking to, and what is that one thing that he was trying to answer in all that interview? Sam, make your submission, but just bear in mind of those questions. Who was he talking to?
Thank you, Justice. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. To answer that question, the way you respond to questions depends on the question itself, how it is asked, and what is the intention of the interviewer. That is very important to bear in mind. Sam Gituku is known. He is very inquisitive, and his questions are most of the times meant to pin you down. That is who Sam is. So before you appear before him, you must know what kind of a person you're dealing with. And I'm very sure that people who advised Matiang'i to respond to how he responded to those questions understood who Sam Gituku is. He has got very hard follow-up questions, and he doesn't stop at you just answering a question you like. Let's just continue. For example, what was his response towards the Musando case? He said that those are things he read too on the newspapers. And of course, there were follow-up questions. A question about Ruaraka land, a question about protests, because he rained on the opposition then. And they tried to put up a case that, the circumstances then and the protests now are a bit different. The agitation now is completely different from the agitation of the opposition then. So he tried to answer the questions like Japonji correctly pointed out. He didn't carry any responsibility. To some extent, I thought like he will agree that there were oversteps from the police side, but he swept that to the side of the IG, that any police brutality can only be addressed by the IG of police. And when they left office, he said there were files that were opened that were to deal with the Yala River bodies that were being retrieved from there. So he never carried any responsibility. And that is the only issue I have with him. But then the human mind is very complex. When I look at Matiang'i, I find it very difficult to detach my mind from who I know Matiang'i to be. I know him as a tough-headed guy. And it is very difficult for me to place him on a neutral ground so that he can answer the questions like how he feels he should answer them. I hold him with a higher responsibility, but then I know who he is. And therefore, somehow how he answered those questions is what I expected of him. If he had to answer them differently, then that would have disapproved me, because I know he is. He's a very tough-headed guy. He was in the Ministry of Education and he moved around the country and he bulldozed many things to happen. He was in the Ministry of Interior and some good things happened and some bad things also happened, but he didn't carry any responsibility. That said, it is very difficult to convert someone from just a friend to a voter. For example, if Japonji today decides that he is contesting for a seat, I will look at him differently than just a friend that we engage with. We exchange ideas here on X. I will start looking at him differently. And therefore, he has to inspire some confidence in me so that I can trust him with my vote. So transiting from just having friends to having voters, it's a complex, it is a multifactorial journey, and it boils down to not just character. So many other factors will come in, unfortunately so. And finally, in this political space, not the best step forward to be elected, unfortunately. I have seen people discuss the economy, very brilliant people. We have attended conferences, so many of them, professors, university lecturers. We have attended to so many public speaking forums, but none of those guys will attempt to contest for presidency because they feel like they don't have what it takes to be president, unfortunately so. So those who have what it takes are not credible enough. Those who have what it takes to take a country in terms of the economy to another level cannot step forward because they know that this place is murkier. Unfortunately so. So, the political arena is something that never gives us the best to lead us, unfortunately. Thank you, Justice.
I appreciate, I think, Sam, and really good answer. And I want us to stick on that a little bit about his responses. And let's hear a little bit of what he said on that Yala thing that Sam is talking about, his response.
Because I've been seeing every time people say, I'm going to go into public life,
people start playing a song with two stanzas, Rivayara, Warakaland, and so on, and to see it repeated over and over again. I've never had an opportunity myself to publicly look the cameras in the face and say, this is what it is, and so on. When in 2021, the issue of a report was published by a local media about the bodies being pulled out of Rivayala, just like I saw last week and the week before. For us, we asked the Inspector General of Police, Matiang'i, what was happening at that time. We agreed that the gravity of the situation is such that the DCI himself should go to that place and find out what's happening. The DCI spent some time there with a team from the DCI. When they came back, we asked for an inquest. We demanded an inquest. At the National Security Council, we asked for an inquest. Can we go into this matter and find out what's happening? The DCI and the police told us, fortunately for us, their bodies. Let us get the families to claim the bodies, then we build the stories from there. We open the file, we take statements from the families so that we understand the circumstances under which these people disappeared and the circumstances under which their bodies were found in the wild. By the time we were leaving government, the file was open. It was not closed at that particular time because investigations were going on. And that's why I keep saying every time, what happened with the file? I didn't live with the file. In any case, I would have nothing to do with the file as a cabinet minister. That was a police matter. And our detractors or people who like to make negative claims about this are always, they choose when it's convenient for them to say these things. The police service is independent. When they're doing certain things, it's dependent on the minister at other times.
I'll carry it on that as I bring in Yobi. That response, is that convincing? What, like we talked about this, because River Yala is going to come over and over again. He doesn't seem to take responsibility from my reading of and my understanding of that statement, but is now pushing it that we left a file that is open. And for that reason, we don't take any responsibility. Someone else will take that responsibility. Fellow Kenyans, what do you make of that?
Thanks so much, and I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, I think number one, I think it's very important to declare my stand. As it stands now, I am strongly behind Matiangi, so I will be biased. I think that's important. I don't want to hide behind the shadows. And if you ask me the performance of the interview, I think it was excellent in the sense that, and I agree with what my brother Sam Mokaya has spoken, a lot of them, but then you have to look at it in the context that political questions were being posed and political questions only deserve political answers. Yeah, so if you ask me, for example, the question of the file, if you've worked with governments, are you supposed to comment on files that are still open? And if you're supposed to comment, who is supposed to do that? So I'll just say, like, in simple, the reason I raised my hand is just to put it in context that, like Sam Mokai just said, Sam Gitoku, he will pin you, and whatever you say now will be used against you in the future. What was the intention? What was the context? And what was the pretext? So these were political questions because he's seeking a political seat and he gave political answers. So for me, I'll say he performed excellently. He might disappoint me in future, but as for now, I support him. And if the files are open, investigations have been going on, have they been closed? So the relevant authority should come out and speak. For example, we have the case of this our brother who I saw the mom crying so badly, Ojuang. Is the case still open? When the file closes, it is the DCI, DIG and the rest. So I think that is the context. So I think that is where he was talking from. But if the file is closed, then it's handed over to the secretary, to the cabinet secretary, then he will comment on it. But deep down, I think the overall thing is just political questions, deserve political answers, and that is what they were trying to do. We can't even know. Sometimes these media houses are being used to finish someone before they come up. Thank you so much. Those are my 2 cents. But at least I've said he's my candidate for now. He might disappoint me, but for now I stand with him.
Thanks, fellow Kenyans. I'll bring back Japunj on that before he leaves. If you haven't left Japunj, I want to take a bite at the two responses that we are getting. According to fellow Kenyans, is that Matiangi's performance was excellent, and he was giving political answers to political questions. But we have an example that has been given here, including the one you raised, that if I'm the cabinet secretary for the transport or transportation, and people are dying, then the question is, should I take responsibility or should I just respond arrogantly that I'm not responsible and therefore don't do anything? Or is there a role that a cabinet secretary or a government of the day needs to do to address some of these needs, including accidents and those deaths and everything like that? Japunj, what do you make of it?
Hey, Justice, I'm a little bit held up, but I will try to answer like this. Look, all these things that happen and a minister comes and says it's on file, it's being processed. I don't know if the file is closed. There is I cannot speak about ongoing, investigation. All these are BS, you know that. And, if you've been in Kenya enough, you understand what I'm saying. So he could not even confirm if the file is closed or not, whether it was handed to what. That's why I'm asking again, what was his job as the interior? And they say that was only handling things of national interest. That was a matter of national interest. So why was he not interested in knowing if the file is closed and follow up? He's only pushing for this formation of inquest, public inquest. Show me one public inquest that has ever worked in Kenya. No, come on, you cannot keep going that way. That's why we need to drain all these forms and all this kind of thinking. Thank you, Justice.
All right, thanks, Japunj. I know you're busy day, but fellow Kenyan, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I think if we listen carefully, he said by the time he was leaving as the cabinet secretary, the files were still open. And therefore, if the files are closed, the kama kusema I'm the principal, and then I should be answering to questions 6 months after I've retired. So if the files were still open when he left, the current cabinet secretary is the one who's supposed to take charge if the files have been closed. I think that's what I wanted to respond to it. In case maybe Japunj didn't listen to that interview, I think that's what I understood. And I don't think I'm wrong because I listened to the whole interview. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Yeah, and I know we're going to get into the substantive issues here. I can see Mheshimiwa Gerald Karibu Sana. Thank you for being part of our conversation. Dr. Idris, Karibu Sana. Dr. Weston, welcome everybody. And those that have just joined us, we are going into looking at if Matiang'i is serious to begin with in terms of his interview. And a few people have given different ratings depending on where they stand and how they saw the interview, and also some substantive issues that came up, very specific questions, whether it's about education, where he actually at some point, and I'll play that clip, where at some point he said that, oh, he hasn't even been paying a lot of attention to it, and yet he has made public comments about how the education is running in the country. And he made several other things, being asked basic questions, what's your net worth? And he dodged the question, being asked some questions, and how he responded. Dr. Idris, to come in before I bring in Weston, my pain here, as even I bring everybody on board, is that who was he speaking to? What is that one thing that he wanted to achieve from this interview? What is that thing that we, the people, wanted him to do, or which questions did you want him to answer? Did he address those? Dr. Idris. Dr. Idris, if you're speaking, your mic is muted. Okay. All right. So let me move quickly to bring in Weston in, and I'm sure will come in.
Okay. Just a minute. Okay. There's something that I'm doing, but in shortly, I'll be back.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. So let me bring in Weston to make a reaction to this based on what you've heard, those who have spoken ahead, and your overall assessment of the interview, if you have had a chance to listen to it, whether full or some snippets here and there. Weston.
Justice, thank you. Justice, in an ideal society, Matiangi will not get airtime. In an ideal society, he wouldn't get any airtime. We will not even be discussing him. If you were to discuss him at all, it will be in connection with him answering charges in a court of law. That's what would happen in an ideal society. But that you can have his name in the same linguistic environment with the president, it's an indictment on the Kenyan society. It is. That this is a society that is just ambling, it just moves, completely directionless, nowhere, no values, no morality, no rule of law, in as much as people invoke the rule of law from morning till evening, Monday to Monday, but they believe nothing in the rule of law. They just play politics with it, justice. That's what they do. But when it comes to substantively what the rule of law means, no one wants that. It means your favorite politician going to jail. That's what it means. No one wants to go there. To them, the rule of law means that other politician being held to account, not mine. It's bizarre. It's such a bizarre society, Justice. Completely bizarre. So much so that when we complain and lament about our problems, like you wonder, like, do we really even understand what we're talking about? I mean, you're correct. This is an individual who, I'm not even so sure whether he knew the audience. You know, I don't want even to second guess whether he knew what audience he was addressing. Because you can't be that arrogant, that evasive. You take no responsibility. Well, you held so much power in the Ministry of Interior. Suddenly you are out, police and some junior people, you know, must take responsibility. What happened under the ministry? What kind of an individual is that? The more power you hold, you exercise, the more the responsibility. That's commonsensical. Now suddenly it's about files, who, what, I don't know what people are doing. You want to make somebody like that your president? Oh, really? Justice, a potential Matiangi candidature for president in Kenya would be worse than Uhuru Kenyatta's candidature for president. At least for Uhuru Kenyatta, he was facing charges at the ICC. He had not even appeared there. Matiangi is a convicted felon, for those who don't know. Convicted felon. Convicted. Fact. It's not like, no, innocent until proven guilty. He has been convicted. Contempt of court. It's a convicted felon. So when you come here and talk about rule of law and what have you, well, I don't know whether you understand what you're talking about. Now, this is a person who's been convicted by a Kenyan court. You want to make him your president? Well, psychologists talk about Stockholm syndrome. You know, infatuated with your abuser, your oppressor. You can't help it. Well, this could be the case here. Otherwise, logically, you can't explain, you can't understand why any right-thinking Kenyan would consider someone like this as their president, potential president. So much so that you're acting, likely to act in a worse manner than those who acted by voting in Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in 2013. It will be worse because this one here, a court has pronounced itself on his behavior, conduct. Justice, the Kenyan media. You see, it's one thing for a journalist to get audience with a politician of that nature and ask him the questions anybody, any Kenyan would ask him. No, like, really? Is that it? There's nothing about his philosophy as far as governance is concerned because he doesn't have any. He does not. He wasn't asked. how we do things different. All that he kept on saying, he doesn't want to judge his successors. But you don't have what it takes to pass judgment on them. You don't. That's what the interviewer was supposed to tell him. You don't have what it takes to pass judgment on your successors. Why didn't he ask him, you're from the World Bank, you're a former university teacher. In the 90s, I think perhaps he was teaching or something. He knows how neoliberal economic policies imposed on African countries, including Kenya, how they destroyed the economic sector, the education sector, the health sector. People are declared redundant. It's been working for the World Bank. Are these the policies you're going to implement in Kenya? Are you going to serve external interests? The journalist is even ignorant of these things. Couldn't ask him those questions. You, coming from the Washington consensus, neoliberal, orthodoxy, you come straight, you want to be president of Kenya. And these are policies that have plunged Kenyans and many Africans into poverty. Whose agenda you want to serve? There was no such a question. Because the journalist himself is ignorant of these things. It's the small-minded politics in Kenya that he was interested in. Education. When you were changing the education system, what was your understanding? What did you want to achieve? From 844 to CBC, now to CBE. What did you want to achieve? What was your thinking? You imposed this education down the throats of Kenyans. What did you want to achieve? Because education is integral to development and advancement. What was your thinking? He didn't ask him those questions. He did not. Did he? He did not. Of course, some have said he pleads ignorance. So you are one of the architects of this system of education, but you don't care to follow what's going on. So what was your intention? What was your intention when you stuck your neck out for this education, which potentially could destroy the Kenyan society? Potentially could destroy the Kenyan society. It's not working. It can't work. What was your intention? That question was not asked. Sam, was it asked? It was not. So the Matiangi, justice, this is what you get in a society where wrongdoing is not punished, especially at the highest level. This is what you get. When wrongdoing by top-ranking government officials is not sanctioned, is not punished, this is what you get. Somebody so arrogant, full of himself, does not even take any Kenyan into confidence. So they think you don't matter. So who matters? The deep state? People he thinks will propel him into power, not Kenyans? Because if it were Kenyans, you would take them into confidence. Explain yourself to them. How much are you worth? Surely they need to know. There's a lot of corruption in Kenya. They need to know how much you're worth and how you made it, don't they? Aren't people complaining about corruption all over the place? They want to know how much money you made and how did you make it? That question, he glosses over it. The journalist equally glosses over it. Justice. The whole thing was a charade. It was a charade. If you just look at it cleanly, it was a charade. It was something to launder him. Actually, that interview was to launder him. Was not to take him to task. Was to launder him.
Don't you think it made him worse than, okay, I know it's really not supposed to be even given audience and all that, but I did listen to this. I did listen to the interview. I slept, went back to listen to it again because of how embarrassed I was, because I expected something. Number one, did he even speak to anybody who matters in terms of his election bid? Weston.
He couldn't care less. He couldn't care less. Remember, we're talking about an establishment in Kenya. The problem with us here, we think that we're dealing with individuals here. We're dealing with an establishment which thinks that it owes Kenyans no explanation. Zero. They owe them no explanation. And they can go forward, they can make decisions, they can impose their will on Kenyans regardless. So they don't care. He's one of them. Don't you see ministers in this government behaving like that? Don't you see them? Just saying anything and everything, acting as they wish, contravening the law as they wish. That is how the Kenyan establishment acts, behaves. It owes Kenyans no explanation. It's not accountable to Kenyans at all. But they're very accountable. Now they're in Britain. They're very accountable to those people in Britain. Next time you see them in the US, they're accountable to those people in the US. Very accountable to them. They'll explain what they are doing in Kenya in granular details. They'll go talk to universities in those places. They will not talk to universities in Kenya. They're not accountable to Kenyans. So he's quintessentially a Kenyan politician. So this is more of the same. You fronting Matiang'i as your candidate is more of the same. In fact, when people castigate William Ruto and Matiang'i is your candidate, you just hold your peace. You just keep quiet. You don't even join them. You just keep quiet. You have got your own skunk. You have your own skunk. Sit with your skunk in your own corner. When people are lamenting about their own skunk there, you say, that is yours. I've got mine. Don't join them. Don't join them. Because you have no moral authority. These are one and the same people. Miguna, did he ask him about Miguna? That was a big, big issue. That Miguna case about contravention of court orders. Did it come up? Did it come up? It didn't come up. Because even I think the journalist thinks that Miguna is not a Kenyan. Because if he thought, he believed that Miguna is a Kenyan, he would have brought up that question. He did not bring it up. So he believes like Matiang'i, Miguna is not a Kenyan. So it's not important to bring up that question. You contravene court orders. You act as you wish. What will prevent you from acting like that as a president with more powers than the powers you had as a cabinet minister? What will prevent you? You will do worse things, won't you? The journalist didn't do his work. If at all he did, then he was politically correct, Justice. Matiang'i is one of the Uhuru Kenyatta cabinet ministers, mentioned around by people who know them very closely as a dollar millionaire in Kenya. In 10 years, where did you get that money? In 10 years, where did you get that money? He didn't ask him that question. Who is going to fund you? Because whoever funds you is going to help us understand whether we will slay this dragon of corruption or not. Who is going to fund you? Where will you get the money to fund your presidential campaign? Where? He didn't answer that question. Well, you want to make him your president, then you've given up on good governance, on the rule of law, on justice, on the end to extrajudicial executions. Justice as I yield. Matiang'i is a proxy. It's a proxy. If you look, he's not himself. And proxies are worse presidents than the real thing. They're worse because there are people controlling them from behind the scenes. This is a proxy. It's not himself. He has no conviction. You know, when you're listening to a politician and you say, this one has a conviction, he doesn't have any conviction. Why? Well, some people have told him they can make him president. And he say, okay, I don't mind. But you may end up with a proxy president, worse than what you have currently. Somebody you cannot hold to account and is not accountable to you because he will believe you didn't make him president. So you can go to hell. Who are you to ask him questions? And he's going to remind you, you knew him even when he was a cabinet minister. What questions are you asking him? He's not new. I yield, Justice.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna bring in. Okay, Sam, you're gonna do a rebuttal, and then I bring in Dr. Idris. As you do that, Sam, as you do that, there are two things that Weston has raised that I want you to probably address in your response, and then I bring in Dr. Idris. The question of because he was asking this question, whether are you Uhuru's project? And you of course you've paid attention to his response that what does that even mean to be a project and all that kind of stuff. And then the second part, do you think he came in to answer one question about the River Yala and maybe the Waraka land and all that, and forgot about everything else, and in attempt to do that, when he talked about a public inquest, do you think he answered the question, Sam?
I don't know. I don't know where to begin, but like I said before, he answered questions, some questions right, and others not to my satisfaction as a listener. That is one. With regards to whether he is Uhuru's project, I think that is more to the listener than it is to him. By the way, we have, someday we shall sit down and walk through the mind of a voter. My mind, like before, just as before we have a conversation with you, I shall have judged you. I shall have grouped you. So if you don't respond to questions bearing in mind how I have grouped you, then I'll be disappointed. Uhuru Kenyatta has not said that he has sponsored Matiang'i to be president. Matiang'i himself hasn't said that. But somehow we, the voters, we, the people, somehow we believe that he is a project of someone. That is our own creation. Just like the media creates some things, sometimes we create our own things. And we sing them over and over again till we feel that they are real. Matiang'i has a right to vie for presidency. He has a right. And there are those people who will believe in him and others will not. That is the essence of democracy. Let me address something here. Western has said that what was Maraga having in mind when he started this CBC thing? I want to remind Western that Matiang'i did not come with the CBC, system of education. It went back to 2014. You remember Professor Jacob Kaimenyi? He appointed Dr. Kilemi Mwiria, who was the former assistant minister. They came up with a report, and then they handed that report to the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD. They worked on it. And then there was Professor George Magoha later on. I mean, this has been, we should work with recommendations from professionals. This thing was handed over to professionals. We said that the 844 system is much more to exams. And we wanted a curriculum that was incorporative of whatever that is going on besides exams. Like, what are the competencies that our children have? And therefore, we decided to have a new education system. And we appointed people who we believed at that time that they had the acumen, the intellectual capacity to develop a system. And what government was to do is to implement that system. As to whether that government has implemented the system as it was thought out by those that went out to seek for views is a story for another day. So sometimes we have to be fair when we ask these guys to shoulder some of the issues we have in our country. Some of the recommendations that are made in Parliament, it is upon the state to make sure that those recommendations are worked upon. It's not just a one-man show. I mean, that's not being fair. Finally, it is fine to work with the World Bank. It doesn't mean that when you come back home to seek for an elective office, you are working with the World Bank. I mean, that is, people are working with international organizations and they come back and do a stellar job. Let us be objective. Let us put the character of this guy in question. And if he becomes president, he will serve all of us and he must work within the law. And if he doesn't, then we'll have a recourse. Thank you, Justice.
Thank you very much, Sam. And I'll bring this to Dr. Idris before Western response. Dr. Idris, you are, a law student. You're a very accomplished person. I want to ask this very direct question. Based on the convictions and the way that Matiang'i responded to court orders and all that, should even be given an audience, should even be given a chance in a normal society. Go ahead, Dr. Idris.
Okay, thank you, Justice, for this opportunity that you have granted unto me. The first thing, I'm not a law student, though I am yet to enroll to a law school, but I am a medic by profession. And in response to what you are saying is that each and every person or each and every leader has got limitations at some point. Having in mind that each and every human being who is in existence has got limitations, that Matiang'i at some point, he disobeyed the court orders. And maybe in that connection, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, I can say one thing that I know about Dr. Fred Matiang'i is competent enough. Is competent enough in terms of service delivery to the people, in terms of ensuring that his total transition in anything concerning the nation. And having said that, despite the fact that Matiang'i disobeyed court orders by ensuring that this guy, Dr. Miguna was in custody, despite the High Court giving order, which was being led by, I don't know whether it was Lawrence Mugambi. But in that connection is that one thing that we need to do, even before we contest, or even before we comment on this issue of disobeying court orders, is that the first thing that us as Kenyans, we did in 2010, which is a big mistake, in which I can say it is where the main problem is the Constitution itself. The other day, I was raising an issue of a total reset so that no one feels he is above the law. Despite that the Constitution is very clear that no one is above the law, but you can get to an instant whereby the Constitution is not clear about the head of state being summoned in a court of law, because when you read the context of the Kenyan Constitution, it's only give direction where the head of state must be subjected or should be subjected to the court. That is after his retirement. So the reason why I am saying this is that we need a reset in that chapter or in that article of the Constitution, so that even if the president goes against the rule of law, he has to appear in person in the court to answer why he hasn't obeyed the court orders. And having said that, I rest my case.
Much appreciated. I'm going to bring in Weston on that, because there's quite a number of statements that are being made here. And I want us to have this debate. I'm enjoying it, that we have people that are from either side, and I think that's a really good conversation. Felix, will come to you after Weston has responded to this. Weston, karibu.
Justice, I still ask, do we know what the rule of law is? Asking this question quite solemnly. Do we know what the rule of law means? The rule of law does not apply to mere mortals. I think we must get that clearly. If the rule of law was to mean anything, it's to rein in the powerful and the mighty. Usually, mere mortals have no choice because the state will come down heavily on you. It is the powerful, the president, cabinet ministers, those high-ranking people in the security apparatus. When you see them subjecting themselves to the rule of law, then that institution obtains. How do you take it as a small matter? A cabinet minister summoned before a court and they don't appear. A police officer, senior, summoned before a court of law, they don't appear. Life goes on. You refer to Yala massacres as a two-stanza song. Look at that arrogance. Look at it. These are lives. Matiang'i never addressed even a press conference over those massacres. He did not. Well, you can pull out the clip. You can, if you can get one. This is the press conference he addressed, and he was addressing Kenyans and the rest of the world. Bodies are being fished from Yala River, River Tana, from the bushes. It's not normal in a civilized society for bodies just to be picked from all over the place. It's not normal. Rule of law. You're not going to win this debate on the basis of rule of law. You can only run with it on the basis of cynicism. Justice, you have a right to run for president, but not as a convicted felon. You don't. Not. You don't. You can run for president, but not a convicted felon. Because that will make nonsense of the Constitution, which already has taken a beating. It's struggling to breathe. That will definitely snuff life out of it. As a convicted felon, no. Then you have to ask, why is it that you're always asked to go for police clearance? Why? Why must you prove that you don't have a criminal record? Why do you think your president, you can have a president even with a criminal record, and you cannot be hired with a criminal record? Help me understand that logic. You, with a criminal record, you won't be hired, but you want a president with a criminal record. Can you help me understand that logic? Help me understand the logic. International organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, these bodies are not meant for Africa. They were not. These post-World War organizations did not have Africa in mind. They did not. Get it clearly. You'll struggle to show me one person who was affiliated with those organizations and went to Africa and did a stellar job. You'll struggle. None. Because they didn't have Africa in mind. They did not. And that's why we're seeing other countries struggling, trying to come up with alternative blocks, like the BRICS Bank, Exim Bank of China, as counterpoise to the Washington Consensus. East Asia, the Asian tigers, they are to defy the Washington Consensus, the World Bank, IMF rubric to overcome the poverty that they had, which is still undermining us. Well, it's only in Kenya and in Africa where we think somebody from an international organization is so accomplished. I can tell you that's part of the brainwashing we go through in our education system. It's part of the brainwashing. And we have to get out of that.
So are you implying, Weston, that if today I got a job maybe with the UN and maybe World Bank, IMF, and tomorrow I feel like I need to go back and serve my country, whether in a political seat or otherwise, I won't fit?
Well, you will get it because of the thinking I'm telling you. You'll get it. You will get it. But you are not going to serve your people. Tinubu, the current president of Nigeria, for instance, he's got a very dubious history when he was in the US. He's a very dubious history. But that's the kind of person the international actors want as a president of Nigeria. Because he's not going to serve Nigerians. He will serve those who have a lot of dirt on him. Get it clearly, Justice. Getting a job in an international organization, of course, you can get a job anywhere. But what I'm saying is that the mind that you're going to get from there will detach you from Africa. It's as simple as that. I'm saying Korea, Vietnam, those countries, China, they had to defy that model of development to be where they are. With us, we have got poverty and a lot of problems because of this modernization theory. We think development is linear. You have to be like London. You have to be like Washington, D.C. It's not going to work. And the likes of Matiangi think like that. And they'll make you think like that. 50 years from now, we'll be having these problems where people have no toilets. Simple things like toilets. Don't even talk about clean water. So I'm saying, Justice, the point I'm saying is this. If the education model was conceived in 2014, how come to date that model is not working? How come? What kind of model is that? I will tell you what it is. It's not a Kenyan model. It's an import, like many other things. The World Bank is there. The IMF is also there. If you care to read, you're quoting about Kenyan professionals, but you don't know the actors who are behind some of those policies. You don't. Do you care to find out? Otherwise, if it's a Kenyan model, why is it not working? Why is it not working? Tell me, you're talking about implementation. No, you can only struggle to implement something that is defective ab initio. At the conceptualization level, it's not crystal clear. That's why you will struggle to implement it. Get it clearly. This is not a Kenyan education system. Be clear about it. Otherwise, why this fixation with this appetite like Bantustan education? Why? What do we want to do with that kind of education that segregates young ones in Kenya? What is this thing about skills and theory? Who told you that you can dichotomize skills and theory? Who told you that? In which country? Which thinking is that? No, these students are here for practicals. This one's for theory. No, theory simply means thinking. Thinking, nothing else. It's just thinking. Put it differently. A carpenter must conceptualize a table in their mind first before you see that table out there. They must think about how they want that table to look like. That's thinking. That's theory. An architect must first think about the house plan in their mind. And then they will draw the thing that you see. You're not going to separate thinking from practice. This education here, we are told, no, it's for practicals. Okay, what about thinking? What about thinking? You know of any education system that does not train people to think? Or this one, we are told, no, people are thinking too much. Let them act. Act based on what? Exams. There are even more exams than there were before. Aren't there more exams here? Aren't there more exams? Why do we regurgitate? We regurgitate government talking points. Why do we do that? Rehash, regurgitate, repeat government talking points. Why do we do that? I will tell you, Justice, why we do that. Because we're not trained to think independently. That's not our training. We're not trained to think. So when Matiang'i pronounces himself on things as a Minister of Education, we don't interrogate what he's talking about. We take it as the gospel truth. It's the Minister of Education who's talking. When somebody speaks, he's a professor, you don't question. Because you've seen that title, that is the gospel truth. Justice, look at the problem I keep telling you about. Professor so-and-so. Oh, no, this is a professor. They can't go wrong. No, they can go wrong. And they've gone wrong before. And they'll go wrong tomorrow. It behoves you to ask questions as to whether these people are acting in your best interest and in the best interest of the Kenyan people and in the best interest of posterity. We're not asking those questions, Justice. We're not. Instead, we're saying people who have messed us before can get a second time to mess us again, mess us tomorrow, then Justice, I yield. What is this thing about politicians that they haven't told us that Matiang'i is Uhuru Kenyatta's proxy? You want them to tell you. You want them to tell you. They will not tell you. They're not going to tell you. It's the thinking I'm talking about. Think about these things yourself. In politics, you have to observe keenly what's going on, what the politicians are saying, what they are doing, what they said before, what the people are saying about them. Then you make your own narrative. They will not tell you. Matiang'i was a de facto prime minister under Uhuru Kenyatta after they fell out with William Ruto. Who doesn't know that? Wasn't he? Wasn't he? So you want Uhuru to tell you that I'm supporting him. Is he going to tell you? He will not tell you. But it's the thinking I'm talking about. We're scared of thinking. And so we sit back. Let me see where this politics is going. Well, before you realize you've been auctioned for 3 pieces of silver. Then you come back to this space, start hollering, yelling, bawling, making a lot of noise. When in actual sense, you've just shot yourself in the foot. You shot, And how do you shoot yourself in the foot? Because you don't think. You refuse to think. You think people with power can think better than you. You think a professor can think better than you. You think what you are taught in school, you can't interrogate it. It's the gospel truth. You think international organization, the UN, World Bank, they mean well for you. CNN as a media organization, BBC, these are sources of your knowledge. You think so. You think so. Why will your problems end tomorrow? They will not end. They're not going to end. They can only get worse. I yield, Justice.
I think Justice.
Thanks.
I think Western got my point wrong, and I still want to insist. First off, professors, doctors, and anybody who has taken time to delve into their professions, I take my hat off for them. If Western is an international relations expert, I'll want to give him an opportunity to guide me on some things. I don't know everything. We assembled a team of professionals who've been in this field for a long time to tell us what is the best way forward out of 844, because we complained about it as a citizen. We are the ones who agitated for a new system of governance. New system of education. We assembled a team of experts. The problem has been we haven't funded that system well. That is my point of departure.
Sam, can I interrupt, please?
Okay, make it a little quick. And I want to give Calvin a chance to speak, and of course, Liminic and the rest. So go ahead, Idris.
Okay. To back up on what Western had said, I can say completely
No.
that.
Okay, was Sam, were you done learning? I thought you were responding to Sam. If you're going to talk about what Western said, I will give you a chance after Sam. So Sam, are you done? Have you landed on your point?
No, I'm not done. But basically, what I'm saying is, a country can only move forward if it engages on the professionals that they have. I will assemble a team. For example, if I want experts to advise me on how I go about foreign affairs stuff, definitely Western will be on the table. I would want him to advise me on that. And if Western advises me on something that I'm not an expert on, and I act upon what he has told me, and of course factoring in different balances, then Western cannot come and tell me, why did you have to listen to me? We have engaged experts. They are researchers in our country, from the medical field, from the social scientist perspective. We engage all these guys all the time. Professors, doctors, whoever they are, they have taken their time to understand most of these nitty-gritties of their professions, and I always believe in what they say, unless it's obviously wrong. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Justice, a quick response. Justice, quick.
Okay. Yeah. So
Justice,
make a quick one.
Yes. Justice. I think we have to appreciate this, Justice. Professors are privileged people. Experts are privileged people. And if you give them unlimited powers, majority of people, and in a poverty-stricken society such as Kenya, will be left behind and they'll fall into the cracks. Decisions, government programs that are sustainable must be inspired from below, not from above. Professors have to think about issues that have been generated from below. Major stakeholders of education are the Kenyan parents, majority of whom are poor. Listen to them. What are they saying? Don't go to the World Bank or the IMF or Norway, where there's an education system, and bring it to Kenya. What these experts do, Sam, get it clearly. Listen to the people on the ground. What are they saying? And that's why parents have been complaining about this education system. You know why? because they were ignored as stakeholders. Their ideas, their thinking, their problems have not been factored into this education. So I may be an expert, Sam, but I'll be disturbed if you don't ask me questions, or if you assume that because I'm an expert, I know what is in your best interest. I'll be disturbed. I would tell you, be surprised that I don't. Which why? Development literature in Africa, post-colonial, the enduring critique is that it's top down. Top down. People in Lagos, people in Nairobi, people in Kampala, people I don't know where, name of any capital city, Lusaka, think that they know what is in the best interest of people all over the country. That's not true. You don't know. You may think you do, you don't know. By the mere fact that you've gone to school to that level, it doesn't mean that you are an expert in the problems of your society. That has been the enduring critique of failure of many development programs in Africa and in Kenya because of this fixation with experts. Oh, let them write the constitution for us. They give us a document, we look at it and they will know, this thing is too expensive. This thing is too expensive. There are many positions in this. Who wrote it? Experts. Did they ask you whether you could afford to fund all these positions? Did they ask you? They didn't ask you. But they looked at your problems. Post-election violence, tribalism. Let's come up with this constitution. I think it's best for Kenya. Okay, the thing has been passed. You realize, oh my goodness, this thing's damn expensive. We can ill afford this thing. Experts. Learn to question experts. That's the point I'm making. Learn to question professors. Learn to question the ministers. If education was to make any sense, Sam, as a yield, it must empower you to think independently. If education doesn't accord you that, no, it has not succeeded. Think independently. To the extent that even when you listen to a professor, you can ask that professor a question and challenge that professor, as opposed to assuming that because he's a professor, whatever they are coming up with is in my best interest. Professors are privileged people. Ministers are privileged people. People who work for the World Bank are privileged people. UN, these are privileged people, often detached from the issues of the common people on the ground and in Africa. Oh my goodness. Let's get this clearly. I yield, Justice.
Great. Appreciate it there. And thanks for your engaging both Sam and Idris. I really want to move quickly into the next step. Idris, if you can make it 1 minute. I go to Calvin. I want to go to the ladies too. Trin is here. You can see, of course, Ella's hand has been up. So let's move that quickly into the next level. The question is Matiang'i being serious? Did he address your questions? Did he make it worse? Dr. Idris.
Okay. Thank you, Justice, for this another opportunity. But I want me to comment something that Western had raised, something very sensitive concerning the CBC, that is the competency-based learning. That without a doubt, for the benefit of doubt, I want to say this, is that this model of education, it is good at some extent, but to a country like Kenya, I can say it was rushed in a nature whereby when you see how the program was implemented, how the said professors came with recommendation, there was something behind it. There was something behind it. There must be something of, I can say, maybe a material gain that these people were rushing to. I am not disputing that CBC is not good. At some extent, it has its advantage and disadvantages. But the way it was implemented in this republic, it was rushed in nature, whereby when you try to look at the education sector, where our children are being subjected nowadays, it is a total hell. It is a total hell. Why am I saying so? This is because for someone, let me address in the field that I am. How do you gauge someone who is to become a medical doctor? in this form of education, because you cannot separate theory from practical. And guys, let us leave fiction to artists. Let us just be realistic. There's nothing here that we are talking about if we are engaged in fiction. Guys, I can say this thing, it was rush. At some extent, it is good, but it was rushed because of some monetary benefit. There was something behind it. That is why it was implemented, and it was rushed in nature. We must question ourselves now that this is something that had been implemented. It has been forced on the throat of the parent, but there were a lot of money that these people, including Matiangi, benefited from it. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Alvin Otula, then I go to, believe it was Ella, then Trini.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bwana Weston and the team. First of all, good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes. The problem we are facing in this country is the constitution. The constitution which we have in this country is very much good compared to the bananas constitution. But the problem we are having that we can't implement the constitution. So when you talk about the experts, even you can be an expert. But the problem we are having is that somebody says that we put our minds on some people so much that even something which we can put our minds together to make a decision, we can't do that because of corruption. The education which this gentleman gave to us was very good. Basically, this current education is very much good to us, but it has some challenges. So these challenges, we cannot solve these challenges because most of us, we don't know the inch or any problem or an expert who can even sit with other people to solve these problems. That is the problem we are facing in this country. So as a young generation like us, it is upon us to tell these people that enough is enough. Enough is enough means that let us be ready with this constitution. This constitution can help us. We need to defend the constitution. We need to defend everything. If we defend the constitution, even if the president face injustice, he can be taken to court. This is a country where even the president abuse you cannot be taken to court because he's the head of Sujui commander, commander in chief. That is the problem. Let us be like South Africa. In South Africa, there are some rules that if in any case somebody has done a mistake, whether it's the president or who, you are just face the same consequence the way the other people are facing. So that is how this country must run. If we do that, my friends, even if I tell you what the Langat did the other time, we change the constitution by ensuring that if you kill somebody, you also been killed. We will go very far. We will go very far, and we will not care about you. If you kill Calvin Otura, you will also get charged in court by you are being killed. I'm telling you, we will go very far, my friends. So this is why we cannot go anywhere. We cannot move. We cannot go anywhere because of this kind of corruption and lack of lack of discipline, impunity of the highest order in this class is very high. So, my friends, let us be together. I'm telling you that if you are together, my friend, even Ruto one day, Mr. Ruto will say that, oh, these Gen Zs are good people. But he don't sound as good people because we are not forcing him to do what the constitution wants. We need to force these people, forcing them, regardless of your brother. Even if somebody is your brother, you tell that brother that enough is enough. Enough is enough. Somebody sang at the other time that mapambano, mapambano, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Vijana musilale, lale, lale, vijana musilale, bado mapambano. That chorus must continue.
Indeed.
Wakisikia ndio watasikia sisi hatutaki mchezo.
Thank you, Calvin, for that, and I do appreciate Bado Mapambano. Let me bring in Ella before Trini, and Ella, I want you to listen to this, and as you make your submission, I want you to respond to that.
But we've seen a trend, guns are being deployed. We don't know by who, but we have seen them, especially in protests. On this particular matter, in terms of security, the challenge we have in our country overall, politically speaking, is that there's a very low level of accountability in our political practice in the country. And what I mean by low level of accountability is this: in addition to deployment of guns or whatever it is, as it were, the speech that we see from leaders and various actors within the political environment is sometimes very frustrating, as it were. On the case of deployment of guns, the government has got sufficient machinery and a capability to address this particular issue. Honestly speaking, if I've explained this for a moment, I take it that this has not changed very much. In Nairobi, for example, we have the Nairobi security team, which is led by the regional commissioner in Nairobi. It brings the county police commander, the county DC officers and NIs and everybody and so on. I cannot imagine actually that this security infrastructure does not know that some is hiring or training goons to bring them to town to cause mayhem. I cannot imagine that that's the case. And if they have the information, then they should go forward and act. What I find very interesting, in my view, and if I may be very frank with you, is that making allegations are being made by public officials. They are the custodians of information because they're the ones who have the instrument of power and the capacity to find out who is doing what. You know, the way the National Intelligence Service works, I can't carry guns, drive with guns from Kisi to Nairobi in my car, or how people bring in guns to me, and the National Intelligence Service does not know that Matiangi is receiving guns or is engaged with some rebel guys in some corner and they're supplying guns. And then for them to wait until a particular time, then they say, oh, Matiangi could be having guns. I find that very strange.
Ella, this is what I find strange. He's talking about political responsibility or accountability. But this is one man who, even in the interview, was accused of invoking a militia group, or the name of a militia group. I think it's in Kisii, asking that they should come and beat up people. And he can even ask the security people to look aside as they beat up people. Is he a double speak? Ella.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you. One, I think that is a plain case of double speak. There are no gangs in Kenya that the government is not aware of and that they use selectively to achieve their own political ends. So I do not believe that there is existence of any gang anywhere in this country that is not known to the security apparatus and that they do not use for themselves in much the same way that Kibaki used Mungiki when he needed. First of all, it was Moi's gang, and then Kibaki used it when he needed it. And they have routinely dangled carrots and sticks to Mungiki, depending on what they want to use them for, and other guns. So for me, I think, one, it's a case of double speak. But I wish to speak to the statement, is Matiang'i being serious? And what the interview was all about. For me, I think Matiang'i is being very serious. He's asking you to listen to him and hear that he means business. He doesn't care for your lives. He cares squat. He couldn't even address it. He said if it was him, Gen Z would not have got to parliament. And he means it, because maybe they would be in River Yala before they got there. This is a man who did not even think. He put the deaths of the River Yala, River Galana, River Chania, Jacob Juma, Msando as footnotes. To him, actually, he kept saying those are non-issues. And if we can sit here and excuse Mr. Matiang'i for that, Dr. Matiang'i for that, then we really don't care to have good governance in this country. And this is what I say, that those who are choosing, then why would we want another president? We can just have the current brutalizer. And what stops us from wanting to have Murkomen as president in 2032? Matiang'i, he openly, very openly came out and said he will use Chin Korokoro. He said it. He shut down media. He defied every court order he could. He was Mr. Big Man. And that is what we want. I think for me, when I look at the current problem that we have in Kenya, the biggest problem that we have is a lack of constitutionalism and obeisance to the rule of law. If we cannot fix that, there is nothing else that we can do. You can sit here and say Matiang'i is a performer. Even those that built the Auschwitz gas chambers were performers. If you ask, they performed exemplarily well. So let us be serious about this country. This country must turn a corner. We are in a very bad state. We cannot change one brutalizer to another. No, we need someone who will fix constitutionalism and the rule of law. We don't even want development first. Can we just first get these two things right? And it's not true that it's difficult to implement this constitution. No. We have the politicians have it very easy. When it suits them, they implement. So it's not that. It is that they do not care to implement it. Weston put it very well. Actually, it's about you. When we talk about the rule of law, it's for politicians. Because for you, they can get you at any time. The state can come down on you like a ton of bricks. Look at what they did to Albert Ojwang and others. Matiang'i did not even think it important to give a comment on that, because guess what? He would do exactly that in that position. And maybe what he wants is, other than receive the orders, he wants to be the one giving the orders. Let's get serious about what we want in this country. We cannot bequeath to our children a country that is hell on earth. I yield.
Thank you, Ella. Very well articulated. Trini, as you come in to make your submission, there is something that Ella's raised. And of course, I want to be on the other side to ask that when Matiang'i talks about if it was him in that position in 2024, then he doesn't think that Parliament would have been overrun. What about those who think that he meant he would have had a dialogue with the young people instead of getting to the point where they are going to overrun Parliament, and maybe would have come up with a consensus on that? What do you make of that together with your submission? Trini?
Thank you so much, Justice, for all your points here. Leon, let me make a submission. Okay. Do you think it's a dialogue or no? Because you are this thing of sanitizing, thinking maybe it's the things that have really brought us to this situation we are in right now. We tend to assume so many things and bury the past. As we say, we will forget about the past. We can't bury the past. And the reason why we are in this mess, it's because we tend to forget the past. And it has that person. But the thing of maybe, ama alikuwa anamaanisha dialogue, ama alikuwa anamaanisha, but if you could see it, me, if I never watched TV, but I saw those clips over here TL. But all I can say is, if you think you're voting for Matiangi, that will Ruto. Give it back to Ruto. Give it back to Ruto so that he can roll 5 more years and we continue. Because if you think Matiangi is the option,
Guys,
I
is
can't
it
hear
my
you,
mic or is
Trini.
okay? Yeah, I think it's okay. So Trini, we can hear you. Maybe there's an interruption with your call. Let me know when you're back. Let's get to Trini. Are you here? Okay. Let me go to I believe it was supposed to be Tribeless and then
Limini.
Limenith. Yeah. Yeah, if we can go with that, then we can go back to Malia. Limenic and then Tribeless. I think let's go in that order. My apologies.
Thank you, Justice. The question is Matiang'i being serious. I think he's trying to make a try at the presidency. And it's okay. It's his constitutional right. About the interview, there are let's say 3 things to take away from that interview. I noticed that number one, the interview was meant to give him a platform. There are so many questions we've been trying to ask him regarding to all those atrocities that happened during his tenure, both in education and internal security. And he said in the interview that some of the things he's addressing them the first time, he has never gotten a chance to talk about them. I don't want to go into details of what he really talked, but there are 2 things I wanted to pick out. One of them is he's trying to underscore the importance of bringing the constitutional institutions to be responsible rather than the individuals at the helm. In other words, some of the things that happened, like the unsolved murders, he's trying to say, look, these murders have to be answered by the concerned investigative authorities. That's the DCI or largely the Kenya police. And on the issues of the Ruaraka land case, he was talking of how his role in those processes of acquiring that land were similar to some other processes he had done in acquiring, I think, a land adjacent to office of the deputy president. So he was saying, look, don't crucify me for mistakes that look like I am the perpetrator, yet you can simply follow up with the institution. One thing I agree with him is that there is a very low level of political accountability among politicians and also largely Kenyans. Kenyans will make a political decision today, then tomorrow they don't want to be accountable for it. Like, for example, I can give an example of how it is easy to see some people in social media throw a jibe at someone saying, oh, you voted for this government. Sleep. This is your bed. You made this bed. Sleep on it. Lie on it now. It's your fault. I don't know. If you ask me, once we elect somebody, it doesn't matter. They should lead those who elected them and those who did not elect. The moment we try to give excuses for constitutional trampling by those people in power, we lose the script. We should hold these people accountable, regardless whether you support them, whether you voted for them, or whether you don't, you did not. I've heard someone talk here, and I agree with her. Let's not make excuses when a wrong was done. Rather, let's condemn. If it is wrong, it is wrong. Let's condemn it. One Kenyan today will condemn something because it's done by someone who is not someone they are supporting. But when it's someone they are supporting, they kind of give justification and excuses. And I think that is what the political class in Kenya like. They like it when we do that because somehow they get away with it. But if it reaches a point whereby we just question everything, and if we don't get an answer, we just know that this is wrong, and it is wrong no matter who does it, because facts are very stubborn. There's something he did which I felt like he really let himself down there. When he was asked about his self-worth, that question he will have to answer. If he's serious about running for presidency at some point in this journey, he will have to answer. We are dealing with a generation of Kenyan voters who will question everything. I hear they even question even their parents' wealth. So what makes him think that he's going to escape public scrutiny? He's saying it's not meant for public consumption. That was not necessary to say for me. I don't know, maybe he was not prepared for that question or something, but he would have just answered. Even if it's a wrong figure, you can revise it down or upwards later with an excuse rather than just saying, I don't think it's the right forum to do that. So for me, Matiang'i is just another candidate, and we'll be here just to see what comes out of it. That's how I learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic, on that. Please allow me to bring in, believe it was a Tribeless. In Tribeless, I have a question for you that came from the interview. Together with your submission, can you respond to this question that he was asked? That recently, Gachagua had indicated that Matiang'i needs to go back to his ethnic group, form a party, mobilize them, and then see how many people he can bring to the table. And he was asked that question on what he thinks about that proposal by Gachagua. And his response was probably trying to bring in some confusing response that talks about even people have states. Even when Obama was running, he had an office in Chicago. I mean, he went all over the thing and fell short of saying that for him going to his tribe in Kisii is going to his state. I want you to respond to that as you make your submission. Tribeless.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Yes, proceed.
Okay, I can say this way. Who is Dr. Fred Matiang'i first? Fred Matiang'i is an upcoming politician, and he has been in government for all those times. And how I know Matiang'i personally, if I don't insinuate, if I don't pick on other people's mind or thoughts or words, Matiang'i is not an independent mind. Matiang'i is not a national leader who can lead on the forefront. On Gachagua's issue and his response, that has been a problem to all leaders who we elect or who we bring to be our leaders. Because first of all, they think that for you to be a leader in Kenya, you must have an ethnical backup for you to lead us. And I think that is what has been bringing problem all around. Because moment you have the background, you have your ethnics at you, supporting you, whether you are a murderer, whether you are what, you get your leeway to the power. And now that what brings whatsoever we are going through now. Let me go back a little and tell you a little bit on what I know about Matiang'i. During his reign under Uhuru Kenyatta as the Interior CS, Matiang'i said that he will only follow his boss. Whatever his boss wants is whatever he will do, regardless of what the impact it will be on the common Kenyan mwananchi. So Matiang'i is very serious on whatever he was talking about. And as I know him, Matiang'i is a no-nonsense man. So as Kenyans, I being one of them, we need not to select leaders based on their ethnical backgrounds. We need not to elect leaders or to put leaders to be our leaders based on the evil they have done to the nation. It's high time we check on leaders who have heart of humanity to govern us. Now, why do we put Matiang'i in discussion? What benefit do we get in putting Matiang'i in today's discussion? It's only to see what he was doing good and whatever he was doing bad. But to me, Matiang'i in the educational sector, he was good. Matiang'i as CS Interior, he was good. The only problem with Matiang'i is that he is not an independent mind. He follows people. He said that if it was him during 2024 demos, none of Gen Zs would have stormed parliament. What was he trying to tell us? Gen Zs wanted the dialogue. I was one of them. We did it. We wanted dialogue with any individual responsible on the government side. But what did we see? What did we hear? No government official was able or was ready to listen to us. Nobody was ready. And I'm sure even if Matiang'i was there, he was to follow his boss. And if the boss was to say that hakuna kitu kubadilisha kwa hiyo finance bill, that was it. It would have been gone that way. Now, in fact, during Matiang'i's time, watu wangekufa wengi. Many people would have died. And so I say this. I don't support Matiang'i. And I don't support anybody who has been in any government that has been there. Now, as youths, as Kenyans, we need a manager. We don't need a politician in the topmost office. We need a national manager. It is high time when we don't need to be in political partisans. We need to think, even if it is a Maasai. In fact, we need to think of a different figure which has ever been there. We need competency. We need those who fear rule of law. We need those who knows what Constitution says about their leadership. We need those people who feels that common mwananchi is the power. We don't need those people who say that I follow my boss. I follow my boss. We are not blind. In fact, leading a nation which has learners, which have bright mind, is difficult. So, Justice, thank you for holding all this. It is high time we tell all Kenyans to reason with their own mind. And don't think of anybody who is coming in political sphere to tell you that he's the angel. Think of this angel. He has been there. What will happen if we now give Matiang'i the power to be president of Kenya? Let me just think of it that way. How many bodies we will find in Rivayala? How many more bodies will be found in Shakahola? How many more bodies we want to find in Kware? Matiang'i, William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Amolo Odinga, all those names are the same people in the same house discussing the same agenda. It's only that now that things are going against the government, they now want to tell you that they are like holy. They are a little bit good. My friend, I tell you, when Gachagua was with Ruto, and aliweka mitego kwa state house hataki kuona mtu. When they departed, he is now the angel on the other side. Let me tell you, before Raila Amolo Odinga met William Ruto, Ruto was an evil. Now that Raila Amolo Odinga is with Ruto, Ruto is an angel. When Matiang'i was with Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta in the first regime. Ruto and Uhuru were good. Now that Ruto is the president, Matiangi is with Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto is evil. We don't want to recycle these sycophants in leadership. Kindly, if you are getting me right, let us not even mention Matiangi as the president of the Republic of Kenya. Let us think of another thing. How do we transform national leadership? How do we make all leaders accountable? How do we limit the presidential powers so that we, the common mwananchi, remain with the genuine power? How do we make the president the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? The same president is the appointee of all government forces, the DIG, the deputy IG, all of those sorts. Sasa wakifika huko kazi yao ni kusema yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. We need a policy. We need a documented statement, a documented section of constitution that gives common mwananchi, that stipulates directly role of the police, role of the president. And we need something that tells the president that he does not own or he is not above the law. We need a layer or a level where every Kenyan feels that I can get out of what I am to be what I want. We don't want people now I know in this space, after this, wengine wataanza kupotea. You heard in court, Justice Mwita telling the DCI that we don't need dramas, we don't need stories, we need the body dead or alive. How many such statements will we be needing when we elect Matiangi? We don't want such like people. In fact, if it was me, mtu kama Matiangi, Rigiji, and all that, hao watu wenye wako hapo mbele, hata hawange kuja mbele ya watu if they say we want to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. To do what? What do they want to do? Which they have not done. They want to steal from us still. Pesa ngapi wameiba? You know, Kenya saizi imefika hili na maana that if you are rich, if you have some little cash in your pocket, unaweza ambia polisi pige fulani uwe, I will give you 2,000 shillings. See what happened to Ojwang. The DCI, they were able to trace Ojwang from Mombasa to Homa Bay. The same DCI cannot trace those who brought Ojwang from Homa Bay to Nairobi. How is that statement right? How do you see these things? When Matiang'i was CS Interior, I want to ask you something. Something terrible happened to Musando. Can Matiang'i tell us who took Musando's stamp? Can he tell us when Moses Kuria was saying that we have seen the body of Musando and a lady? Where was Moses Kuria? And Moses Kuria was a minister in that government. Matiang'i was CS Interior. There were DCIs. Where are the culprits? So let us not cheat each other. Let us make it clear. Matiang'i is a red line. Thank you.
Wow, Tribeless, you've dropped great bombs here. I'm sure I can't wait to hear from Sam later and Gerald. Let me give a new lineup of our speakers, and thank you for those that have just joined us. We're having a conversation today reflecting on the interview that Dr. Fred Matiang'i had yesterday with Sam Tuku of Citizen. Quite a number of issues have been raised, and beginning from what our senior Western said, that to begin with, he should not have even been given audience. Two, he was not asked all the tough questions that he should have answered, including the one for Dr. Miguna. I've tried to reach out to Dr. Miguna. I hope he'll be able to join us a little later. But the questions that are coming up is about taking responsibility. Did he answer the questions that you had, you as a voter? Did he respond to the questions that have been in the media? Do we know who he was actually talking to? I want to have Malia, then Gerald, Olwande, Kibunja, and then the next round after that will be Biril, Arisi, and Muriaso. So let's go to Malia. Thank you for being part of our great contributors in our conversation. Karibu. Malia Davis. All right, looks like Malia Davis is not close to the mic. Let me go to Gerald. Orina, Karibu. Ishmiwa, and thanks for being part of our conversation. What do you make of Matiangi's announcement that he's running for president, and what do you make of the interview?
Thank you so much, Justice for All. It is a very good debate, and from what I'm hearing from our other contributors, I think on my stand, I think Matiang'i also has the right to give it as short as any Kenyan of goodwill, whoever wants to vie for that seat. But I was disappointed yesterday. One, I was waiting for a live interview, but it was a recorded one. Very disappointing. Secondly, men have said a lot, but I think things to deal with integrity, it has to start with us. As much as we are fighting who has to become the president, who has to become whatever, first of all, we have to start, everything has to start with us. Are we able to give that which we demand others to give? And also we have to be very conscious that to some extent, you can never give what you yourself, you don't possess. As much as we are talking so much in this topic about integrity and other issues, first of all, let us cross-examine ourselves, get to understand, are we able to give that we demand others to give? And if we are not, then I think we have to go deeper in ourselves and understand. As much as we are talking as in who has to become the president, if we give MPs who are thugs to that president, whoever we want to be up there, whom we think he will be a man of goodwill and a man who has integrity, is going to be compromised by these other thugs. Because they will go there, they tell him, no, we are impeaching you. And the problem starts there. So there is a lot that we have to consider when it comes to either about presidency, the way I heard Matiang'i was also trying to give his exposition on what he said he wants to run for presidency, and is talking to other people. Who are these people? Other people is talking with. He's talking with the same people who have been there. And basically, let us not pretend that we don't know the political arena of Kenya, Kenyan political arena. Kenyan politics is politics that is learned by politicians who have taken roots, especially into their tribal cocoons and other things. But for us now to come in a way to sensitize our, make them realize, no, we are having a paradigm shift here, a political paradigm shift, where the young people have come up very strongly, wanting us in to get someone said a leader, not a politician. Are we able to achieve this? And if we are able to achieve this, which are we going to do the young people and those good people of integrity, the kind of path they are thinking in? So this is something that requires a lot, and I don't want to take any side here, because each and every Kenyan has the right to vie for any seat he wants. And what I can say is that what we basically need is to strengthen our institutions. From the judiciary, we come from parliament. Even our parliament is, when we look around, when our president came into power, he basically bought most parties that were aligned with all different. So we have to strengthen the independence of our institutions. And how are we going to do this? Today, if Justice for All, you are appointed by the president to become the CS, internal security, I think if he gives you some commands to work on those commands and you go against them, I think you are going to get something so indifference from his side. So these kind of institutions, how are we going to strengthen them? That is where the problem is. And another thing, as young people whom we are strongly coming up as in to get a government that is accountable, a government that has integrity, then the main question that will always arise, are we able to give that which we demand from those whom we want to put into those positions of power? Because see the Gen Z movement, the Mandamano thing, some people resurfaced and came up, and the Kasamueli, the Morara Kebasos. But what happened later? It is because if we are not careful, we might think that we will be electing people putting people in power who will help the country. But there are people also, once they are there, they will also be drunk with power and end up losing big time. So that is what I can just share.
Thank you, Gerald, for that and your perspective there. It's a bigger question than I think is the mindset that we had from the beginning that it's an issue of the voter. Are we being detribalized, decolonized? Have we changed our mindset, the way we look at the candidates, to the extent that anybody, according to some of the speakers who have spoken forth, can think that so-and-so can be president? I'm going to go with Oluwande Kibunja, then Be Real, in that order. And thanks, everybody, for being here. Please feel free to share the space as we invite more people to be part of our conversation. Then after Be Real, we'll go to Arisi. So let's go to Oluwande. Oluwande, can you hear me? Ooh, okay. Now that's okay. Let me know when you're back. Oluwande, we can't hear you. Your hand is up, but I can't hear you. Let me go to Kibunja. Karibu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead now.
Yes, thank you. I have been following the conversation, but for me, I feel like Kenyans are suffering from amnesia or something, because looking at Matiangi's records, they are not really good, and we cannot trust Matiangi with leadership. Looking at whatever he was saying yesterday, I think he thinks being a president is a joke. And I think he has not understood the needs of the citizens, and he does not understand what citizens of Kenya want at the moment. So for me, I think before Matiangi comes on board, that he wants to be president, he has to learn what Kenyans want first. Secondly, he has to act like someone who knows what he's doing. For me, right now, at the moment, I think he's just being pushed to do some of these things. And I tend to think that even his presidency, coming out that I want to be president, and his presidential bid, I think is being pushed by some forces. So that is my view on Matiang'i, and I think Kenyans should look at a leader who can lead them and who can be a manager, not like people like Matiang'i, who still does not understand himself. Thank you.
So now, before you go, Oluwande, I got a follow-up question on that. So what do Kenyans want? Because you say that it doesn't seem to understand what Kenyans want. What do Kenyans want, according to you?
Right now, as we look at it, Kenyans want accountability. That is one thing all of these leaders have not understood. So definitely when I was hearing Matiang'i speak yesterday, he was not putting those kind of things into consideration. He was just telling us how he will be, how he will act, what he will do, forgetting that whatever Kenyans right now are looking for is a leader who can be accountable, a leader who can retract this economy. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move quickly because I think Kibunja is out, I would go directly to Biril, and then Arisi, and then Muriaso. Let's go to Biril. Girl, how you doing?
Thank you very much, Justice. How are you doing?
Good. Great to have you here.
This is very interesting and intriguing. I always say that let's give flowers where it's due. Education, you delivered, we don't refute. And we were impressed. But when you went to Interior, you got filled up in your head and you acted like you're leading your master than the shepherd. Now, who is the shepherd? The same people that he was trying to talk to. Now, yesterday, who was actually Matiang'i talking to? Matiang'i was talking, as per me, Matiang'i was talking to himself, but he was not talking to Kenyans. We all know that we need a radical leader, but we need a leader that is having a lot of compassion and that is able to take Kenya to the next level. Now, I had a question for Sam. As per me, up to where I stand, I don't see any single quality in Matiang'i that would be able to take Kenya to where it wants to go based on a lot of things that he did in the past. Because, we always say that history will judge you. And history judging you is based on your actions and your reactions. Where you reach to a point that you stood in oath to protect and to guard. And then you abused that same thing. And then you refuse to respect anything called rule of law. And then you come on the speaker and then you want to also pride yourself, thinking that we're going to judge you based on education. Now, something some mentioned about like we have to listen to somebody based on what he was able to deliver. If we check on education system, there's a turmoil. Even if they are not speaking the teachers, there's a very big halo whereby these people, they're reaching in higher primary, as they call it, and there's no facility. A kid is supposed to be handling science subjects and is still in primary level where there are no laboratories. Whatever is going to happen in this CBC, you have never seen, and we should be very worried as parents. Now, if you analyze the CBC, whose brainchild was it? Was it delivered to the latter? Like the blueprint, did the person who had the blueprint remain with it? Because you can prepare a blueprint and then you don't give it out. So this thing is half-baked. If you look at that thing, it's almost coming out to be like the citizen system, which is also half-baked. If you check onto your records how the e-citizen should or was supposed to be working, that we also think that is working, yet it's not working as it is. I stand to be corrected. So you analyze the CBC, then you analyze the e-citizen, then there's something somebody has a brainchild, and then you are choked before you reach the other side. Or rather, after it is bought from you, because it is always bought, just like you can sell a system. Now, once you sell a system and you remain with the blueprint because maybe something has not been finalized, now you're giving people something that is half-baked that you cannot complete and compute. You have left people hanging, and you're going to have a very terrible time up ahead. It was a system that seemed to have been working or seemed to would help. But what are we speaking right now? The late Magoha, where was he able to reach? Where did he choke? May his soul rest in peace. Now, who owns the pilot projects that we are left with halfway? That's a question that I don't know whether Sam will answer it or anybody that is able to answer that. So when we are going into a systemized new system, what are our ideologies? What are you praying to? And when you're coming to people to stand as Kenyans, what is our desire and what would we wish our leaders to be able to do? If you cannot deliver to the people, you don't stand a chance to be a leader. If you cannot respect that is called the rule of law, you do not have a chance to stand in front of people. So you automatically disqualify yourself And this thing was not there prior. If you look at 2024, what happened after the protest and the Gen Z movement, everybody kept on calling out based on what they thought they knew about a particular individual. And then this thing went and filled somebody's head, and they felt like, by the way, why shouldn't I try them out? Maybe they still need another loof like me. I would use the word loof because the moment you do not respect anything that is standing in our gardens, it's like saying justice be within our borders. You're not looking at anything in terms of that in your line of duty. You're not supposed to be in the public office. So justice, we have a lot, and Matiang'i at my stand does not have even a single quality to be Kenya's next president. He should not even be given a podium. Like, you see why I have an issue with the media. You look for anything to bring to talk to Kenyans, and that's how you lose it. Because just because people are talking does not mean equate it for you to bring that particular individual. What are your ethics? What does it depict for this person to come and stand in front of people to waste airtime and talk to people like that? Give it to people that are having ideas. Maybe they may not implement, maybe they're able to implement, but not a particular individual that we still have a case, and we still have cases that he never was able to present himself in a court of law. Whereby if it was the right justification, that guy should have been able to answer certain questions before he was even able to get out of office.
Be real. I want to take you on that one for a second. 2 points. One, do you give Dr. Matiang'i credit for ending exam cheating and streamlining some of the things in the education sector? One. Two, do you think it will be media bias if they deny someone a chance to speak to the Kenyan people and answer their questions? If you start choosing for as a media, you start choosing for the Kenyans who should speak, who should be given airtime. Don't you think that would be media bias? Your thoughts on that before it comes in?
For your first question, we give flowers. I gave him flowers on education. That was the first thing I gave him. And then he entered into the interior sector, and then he became somebody else. I actually even looked at him and I forgot who he was, as much as he tried, because the bigger picture on interior was worse off than what he was supposed to have been able to deliver. Now, when it comes to the media, what is your criteria to bring somebody on the podium? What do you use? You're not supposed to choose, but what do you use? If we go with the word that is actually guarding every institution, integrity. Somebody else has mentioned, Orina, that you need to start by yourself. Kenya has brains, justice. Kenya is filled with, I don't know what the right language to call them, that they're outside here. Look at somebody with the mind of Western. And I'm not like trying to put flowers onto somebody. If this person sees a right system in place and is pulled from where he was and called back into the country to serve, don't you think such people will be able to serve as well? Have you ever thought about that? We have so many brains out there that if we pull them back when they see that the system is able to work, look at Kenyans who are outside, but they are fed up with our systems and they cannot imagine coming to compromise themselves, because you have people that can never be corrupted however much you try. They'll blush you and they'll tell you, no, I cannot work with that. We have people, I know of 2 individuals in government offices that have been given, you've been given a duty that is not in your portfolio because you cannot accept bribe into employing people the way they want. They tell you totally, I don't want a bribe, and this person does not meet the criteria to be employed in that department, and I'm sorry. So you're being demoted indirectly, yet you're still in that position because you cannot be fired. We still have such kind of people. Our systems can still work, but you cannot come and then you're crushing the bad governance that was there. You're worsening it from where you found it. All the flowers that used to fill in the streets, and you know, Kenya is a very small country depending on small timers. I call them small timers because our economy is thriving with small business owners. And then you come and tell them that I will have a listening ear to a border person. Look at this border person cannot even stand in front of you and tell you, Mr. President, this and this is affecting us. He's coming with a bulldozer to nash this person. So you used that to win all these people. Already we had a poor system. You were to come and improve it. You sold your ideology to people and people bought it. You came and changed into something else. So where are we heading? And then you now want to bring somebody that is filled with pride. And I don't even know how to describe this man. Justice. I don't know how to describe him. And on media, they should work with their criteria. They should work with their criteria. Who are we calling? Because right now you've seen there's a lot of podcasts going on from the TV stations. Why? Because they realized that is where the conversation is. The conversation is coming to the real person on one-on-one. Why don't you make it factual?
Mhm. Much appreciated. Thanks for your submission. I think we lost Iris was coming next. If he gets the mic, we'll have him jump the line. But let's go to more. Is Iris back? Okay, Iris, it's your chance. Sorry that we kept you waiting for long. We appreciate you.
Sorry, Justice. I am back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Karibu-san.
Good. I've had a lot, and what I'm not going to do today is here to come and tell you what Matiang'i has done or not. Because even those people who disagree know what he has done. So we will not. I will not spend my time trying to say why you should or you shouldn't. But elections comes. At the end of it, it comes to one thing: it's emotions. People will vote for you because they like you, or they'll vote against you because they don't like you. It's simple as that. The question on the table is Matiang'i better than Ruto? 100%. That one is not even debatable. We cannot even put it on the desk and think about it because that is a given. I like how we are creating these utopian scenarios of what we think Kenya is or Kenya should be. Guys, let's be realistic. Let's be real. What is Kenya? Where are we? Are we in a worse place than we were when Matiang'i was prime CS, whatever that was? That is that is honest. That is being visible. That you can see. Things are more expensive. Life is not even better than it was just 2 years ago. Next, Matiang'i is no longer CS for internal affairs. As Ribayala killing stopped, Square stopped. Are we seeing abductions? What we are trying to say is simply, you're looking for somebody you're looking for a goat, you're looking for somebody to carry that problem. But that person is not Matiang'i. Matiang'i left, and these things have continued. Next, we're here talking about Waraka land, we're here talking about killings and stuff. Why is Matiang'i not in prison? Why have they not taken him to court? Have you asked yourself? Now let's talk about yesterday. The conversation yesterday was not about what Matiang'i will do. My thinking was, if I am reading it correctly, it was an opportunity for him to defend himself against very wrongs that he's accused of, or allegations that he needs to. Did he answer them well? Honestly, some of them he brushed them off. Others, you could feel there was not much gist. So not very, if you ask me, yesterday's conversation was just to bring these allegations to the table, start answering, start a conversation. And that is what we are talking about today. Is Matiang'i better than Ruto? Any day. Will we move strides with Matiang'i at the helm? Oh, yes. I've heard people talking about many things that they wished Matiang'i could have done. Let's talk about education slightly. Matiang'i was CS for education, I think almost 6-7 years ago. Actually, it's a long time ago. There have been, I think, 3 CSs after him. There was Amina, and then there was the late professor, and whoever is there right now. If you think about what they were doing at the tail end, they were building classes at high school level because that is where these kids were supposed to go. What happened when this government came into place? Those houses that actually had been built lay there in West, they're not being used. And then they now starting building classes in primary school. Do we blame Matiang'i for that? Surely. Let's be real. Number two, if I heard Matiang'i correctly, he said there are very many things that happen at the ministry, at the police, that sometimes the minister is not even aware of. He said things that the minister will be aware of, things that have risen to a point where they are national security, things that are against the security of the nation, or things that affect tourism, and among other things. So, guys, if you want to lay your blame, let's take it directly to the people who matter. IG Mutiambai, Boynet, and let it put it to DIG, the guy who was fired the first day when the guy from, I don't remember his name, the guy from Meru. So, guys, if you want to put the blame, put it where it is. Another thing I heard from the conversation, and which I feel Matiang'i was very sketchy about, you could feel that he's saying, if this, especially the one with the the Turkish individuals, the ones who were killed, I could get a sense of that there were orders, but those orders did not come from me. So, guys, as we sit here and try to smear and malign the good name of the good Dr. Matiang'i, let us be realistic with where we find ourselves. We are in a pit of shit. That is a fact. And we're in this shit because we put in people who had not worked anywhere. Ruto had worked for 30 years in government, zero experience on running anything. And you put him there. And right now people are telling you, Matiang'i has a record. It may not be 100% as you want it to be. After all, it's not a church that we are running. It's government. There are hard decisions that will need to be made. Do you think Maraga will make those decisions? Sometimes, just to diverse slightly, we talk about Maraga and glorify him. But Maraga made a decision. He was one of the 4 judges who made a decision to throw out the case. That is number one. So it was not a personal decision he made. It was a group decision with other 4 judges. So to look at Maraga, we need to look at the track record. Did he leave judiciary cleaner than he found it? Zero corruption, cases moving quickly. Last time I saw him, he was crying over Mercedes-Benz. Thank you, and thank you, Justice, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Aris. Before you go, I have a very quick one, and you can answer it in 30 seconds to 1 minute at most. So
yes,
the way you've talked about Matiang'i, and every time we talk about the backstops with so and so, the backstops, so all the things that were happening, don't you think he needs to take responsibility? Because if he had all these other people, IG and everybody under him, and he needs to have kind of updates from him, what's happening, why should we let him off the hook? And yes, he was the CS minister. So are you telling me that we shouldn't ask Murkomen to answer some of these things that are being done by the police? Are you telling me that we shouldn't ask the president? Because my thinking is that if it's a government, we need answers as citizens. Why should he be just let to pass the back to someone else? A lower rank.
Let me answer that very quickly. The only thing we're asking Murkomen to answer about are the remarks where he told the policemen to shoot people. Those are the only things we want him to answer. Otherwise, we have access to the inspector of police. He has the mandate. He sits in that National Security Council. If he was under the CS for security, he will not be sitting in that. Both of them will not be on that Security Council. What I'm trying to say is, guys, the people, when police do this nonsense, we know who to ask. And it's not the CS. We need to ask the IG of police, who we actually have access to. Our constitution, and Justice, you are alive to this, changed. It feels like some of us are still using the software from 1998. Guys, the Inspector General of Police is an independent. Whatever he gets from the CS is an advisement, and it has to be written. So if he goes out there and does something because CS Matiangi told him, surely, come on. The law does not allow him to order the IG around. Thank you, Justice.
Much appreciated, Aris, and thank you for being part of the conversation. I can see more new great speakers and minds here. Karibuni nyote. If you can share this space, invite people as we have the conversation about whether Matiangi is serious. And this is based on yesterday's interview you did. Watch it. And I'm going to bring Maria. So before I bring Malia, I think Malia dropped, and then Sam will come in for the rebuttal, and then we get a new round of speakers. Thanks, Wallace, for being here, Hannah, and the rest of the people. Now, Maria, so as you make your submission, I still want to take people on Matiangi's response about the River Yala bodies. Matiangi goes ahead to tell us that this thing came up in the Security Council, where the IG sits, the DCI and all that, director and all those people sit. He even goes further to tell us that actually the government listens to your phone calls, the conversations that you have. He did say it in the interview. But then when it comes to being responsible and telling us why this issue was not resolved, he now says that there's a file that he left open. Investigations were going on. With all this much information, access to information that he has through the National Security Council. And the chair was the president. The deputy president was there. Of course, he's a member. And he was a member. And these are people under him. Were you satisfied with the response that he gave about the bodies and all these kind of things? After telling us and bragging us that the government has enough mechanisms to know who does these things. Did you get the answer you were looking for, Morias?
Okay. Good evening, you all. So, Justice, I've heard your question. And from what I heard with Matiang'i yesterday, is that the guy has answers. But I think he's afraid that if he gives out those answers, something wrong may happen to him, like what happened to George Saitoti. So the way he was kind of trying to evade those questions and trying to brush it off, I assume, that is my assumption or my opinion, I assume that he has answers. So you try all much he can to just evade those questions because I feel that he may be in danger about it. But then, the Rivayala killings were happening, and we were all aware about it, and it was so unfortunate. And one response that he gave is that the mandate to investigate is with the DCI, of which it is true. Because you see, a good leader must empower the constitutional institutions which are independent, like the DCI and the police, the National Police Service. And these are even sentiments that were made by David Maraga. Because a country that has no functional independent institutions is dead. And a leader who undermines these institutions wants to undermine the democracy of a country. Currently, you're seeing what is happening with IPOA and the National Police Service in the case surrounding Albert Ojon. All of you are aware that maybe IPOA has been compromised. It has lacked its independence. You have seen that the National Police Service has lost its independence, and they are working under some orders from somewhere. They are not independent. And that is one of the problems that we have as a country. So any leader or a potential presidential candidate who comes and says that they'll allow the independence of those institutions, I'll go for it. The other issue is from the interview, it was not a live interview, it was a recorded one. Something came up, something absurd, something that is not normal. We are not accustomed to seeing presidential candidates being interviewed and they are not throwing jabs at the current leadership. I think this was the first one that we saw, that Matiang'i was not even blaming Ruto or blaming his government and stuff. Because I think, since he has been in government, he understands how government runs. He understands its challenges. And it will be so bad of him to come and tarnish the current government. And then when we give him the opportunity to lead, he falls into the same mistakes and the same troubles that are with the current government. It's a mistake that we did in 2022 because you will see Ruto everywhere going and blaming ONHIF is dead, OSG, NEMIS, G Education, CBC. Actually, even Ruto said that he will scrap off CBC. Then when he came to power, CBC remains. He said that he will lower the VAT. When he came to power, he said he will lower fuel. When he came to power, so some of these things are easier said than done. And it is one thing that I had with Matiang'i, and I was like, okay, this is a person who understands whatever is happening in government. There's a person who said about how we change systems. And she was saying that the current system of the CBC is having a lot of problems and stuff. So I think Matiang'i should have given the blueprint to the government. Let me respond that one very, very fast. Before 2022 elections, Ruto had made it clear that he was going to scrap off CBC. So you as a person who initiated it, you're leaving office. The potential person who's coming to replace you, they have already said that they will scrap off the CBC. What can you do? You just leave your system and your baby steps to the masses of the new person, and you let them do whatever they want to do because you have no powers over them. So that is one of the places where we had problems with the CBC. And yes, I agree. Arisi, you said that Matiang'i was trying to build new classes in the high schools. Yes, it's true. Then the new government came in. They said that they cannot continue the grades G7 in the high school. They wanted to be returned to the primary schools, and that was a whole new process. So those are challenges that were there. Then my other point is, let's talk about accountability and responsibility. Because you see, as Kenyans, we are very good at morally policing people, but we don't even assess ourselves in whatever we do. Right now in this space, I can attest that there is someone who has done something illegal today. For example, you boarded a matatu that is full, you gave a bribe, you gave a 50 bob to an officer, you did something that it is illegal or unlawful. And yet we are here claiming that, oh, the government is corrupt, or nini, and what not, but we don't look at ourselves. I can tell you that one of the main reasons why people hate Matiang'i, it is people who did their KCSEs in 2016, 2017, 2018, in that period. Why? Because the guy came here, he ensured responsibility and accountability that whatever your work or whatever grade you get, it amounts to your efforts. But previously, people have been accustomed to stealing exams. So Matiang'i comes here, seals all the loopholes. People cannot steal. What happens? People get poor grades. Matiang'i is bad. Is it Matiang'i is bad, or it is you who never worked for it? And actually, I'm a candidate of 2016. I hate it when people say that Matiang'i aliwanyima grades, and yet the whole paper was taken from a maid familia. And the people having these maid familias. So, and the maid familia is a repetition of the previous exams. So I wonder. So let us learn to take accountability. If you did not work hard, you did not work hard. You stop blaming the person who was there at the helm, because that is the main issue. Go to Facebook, you'll see people saying, oh, me as a person from 2016 or 2017, I cannot give Matiang'i my vote because he gave me a D. Well, actually, I think we should give Matiang'i the job, because Matiang'i is that strict father. We don't like those strict fathers because they will punish us. But the good thing with him is that he will ensure that you get whatever you need. He'll ensure that you get the services. The other issue is he has been castigated so much when he was a CS Interior, of which it is normal when you're a CS Interior, because now you are there to enforce the rule of law, and nobody likes being told what to do or being punished or being forced to do something. For example, I remember he forced us to wake up very early to register for the Huduma number. It was his role. But the main challenge came during the COVID, when we had cases of Kina Kianjokoma brothers. Bado in 2017, we had the cases of Baby Pendo. He was asked those questions yesterday. He tried to answer them. But what got me is that we have people who are charged, the police officers, and we have cases in court. Compared to this regime, last year we lost over 60 people. Only one police has been charged. This year we have lost a couple of them. For example, the case of Albert. We have some few junior officers who are being charged. What is the difference between this regime and the other regime? This regime is protecting the officers. The other regime was holding officers to account. Now, the main problem comes here. Whenever you know that you are protected from the top, you can do anything you want. When the CS comes and tells you that you can shoot people as an officer, and sorry to say, with how they are accustomed to obey that chain of command, what will you do? You will just obey it. And you see, when Murkomen says that, he says that because he knows how these officers are trained to obey. So when he tells them that I'll protect you, the officer knows that, okay, I'm protected so that I can do this and this and this. But does a CS have the mandate to protect an officer in such a case? No. So as we look forward to hearing from these presidential candidates, I'll urge you all, give Matiangi a chance. And the reason is this simple. If you have been in campus, you remember the pass mark was 40%. Meaning that if you got 40%, you can graduate. Or maybe you graduated with a pass. Meaning that you failed 60%, which is even more than your marks. And yet here you're saying that a person who reformed the digital revolution, education, tried to deal with money laundering, tried to deal with the Avita thing that you are complaining a few days ago. And yet you say that, oh no, we don't want this person. Just because his tone sounds like a dictator.
Thanks, Marius.
Yes. So those are my few cents.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. And you are endorsing your candidate here every time. And I started having a joke when I looked at and saw that you are Daktari. Then I almost thought of asking you that, does it mean if you're going to perform surgery on a patient, yes, 40% chance of success? Don't have to answer me on that. Just a joke that I thought when you said that the pass mark is 40%. That's so low. All right. I think I'm gonna move. I think Japonji's mic was open. It's fair for him as a co-host to say something. Then I go through the hands. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Justice. I just wanted to ask a quick question to Moriaso. Moriaso, you are selling your candidate so well, but my question is very simple. What is policy on education? Thank you. That's it.
Come again. You didn't get
you are selling the candidature of Matiangi, which is okay. I respect your decision, but can you just tell me what is stance, like what is policy on education?
Okay. You see, Matiangi is Matiangi's reign as a CS in education was all about to ensure that students learn and they get the relevant education and the skills. And that is why he was trying so much to seal the loopholes, because he knew that if you have access to exams and you see the examinations is the basic thing that you have to do so that you can prove that you have met the criteria. So that is why he tried to seal those things. But then he realized that also that it's not all about education and grades. There are so many other things that a person can do, and that was his reason for the introduction of the competency-based curriculum, whereby if you have talents, if you're good in sports, if you're good in maths, if you're good in biology, now you can know your line and you can know where you.
Moriaso, that's a long policy. 1 second, that's a long policy. I would love to hear, but I think there are other speakers. But just one last question: is it working or no? Yes or no? Then we move to the next speaker.
Okay, probably I will let someone else probably respond to that.
I
I have so many.
just a second.
Go ahead.
I can
Okay, Sam.
I can try
Sam, go ahead.
I can try answer that.
Try, and then we can go to Mali after that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for indulging me. I can answer that question based on what he did before, because he is not at the helm now. He believes in equity and fairness in education. That is why he sealed all the loopholes, that no student can have prior access to an education. A question paper that disadvantages others. So fairness and equity in education, perfect. That is what I'll have to respond to the point on that.
Thank you very much, Sam, for coming in on that. Let's have Malia, and then I want to move through the other comments and questions briefly. But Weston, if you still have time with us, I would like, after the next two speakers, I would like you to think through this. Having listened to all the speakers and those that are speaking for or against what Matiangi and everything is going on here, how do we address the mind of the Kenyan voter? Because from the way things are moving, I feel like in the next few weeks, we might shift our focus from the Kenyan candidates to the Kenyan voter. Because I'm feeling like that is where the issue lies. But we'll come to you after the next speaker, two speakers, and then I'll get back to you. So Malia, you sit here. Karibu sana, and thanks for being part of the conversation.
Thank you, Justice, for all. Japonji and Leol for hosting us. Good evening, everyone. So I watched I slept early, so I watched the rerun in the morning. I don't remember anything being asked about Kianjakoma brothers, or did I miss something? But I posted on my timeline about it. So I posted the interview, and then I asked, would you consider giving this guy your vote? And people are answering me with crying emojis. So I figured they don't like the guy. And he has his flaws, as any other human being does. But we have to temper our idealism with realism. The contenders we are having right now, Okiya Mtata and Maraga, I believe. I don't know how many votes they can be able to pull. And then, especially if they go separately, of which I foresee them I don't see them coming together. Basically, that means if we give, some people give Okiya, some other people give Maraga, and then some people give Matiangi, Ruto is coming back. That is the fact. So I'll just give pros and cons of Matiangi from listening to him, and also from my observation of his modus operandi for the time when he was in office. I like that he delivers, particularly in education sector. Him and the late Professor Magoha did a great job. It was really hard to break the cartels which were in NEC, which were selling exams to students, and then they sell the exam to students, and then when those students get A's and go to School of Medicine, they can't hack. They were I personally know people who dropped out, like within the first semester or first 2 or 1 semester. You drop out because you're not, first of all, used to studying. You're used to just, from when you're in Form 1, that when you get to Form 4, your parents will just buy the exam in conjunction with your teachers, and then you'll get straight A's. But now when you go to further education, I know someone who went to UON, they were unable. The father took them to Turkey, they still were unable. And as Professor Magoha used to say, the late, may his soul rest in eternal peace, he used to say, there's nothing wrong with not getting an A. Like, it's normal to even get a C or even get a D. And you can still succeed in life. It doesn't mean that all people who have succeeded in life are A material. So there is no need of putting pressure on children that, I mean, to the extent that now you have to buy exams in conjunction with the teachers so that the school owner can get students being brought to them, and then you get your A, but you can't do anything with it because if you go to any course, you can't manage, you see. So the cartels which were there were crazy because they were making a lot of money from selling those exams. The amount of money they were paying for those exams is insane. You can't even believe it. So for Matiang'i to have broken those cartels, let me tell you, that's a huge achievement, huge, in conjunction with the late Magoha. And this is what endears me to him, that if he can use the same methods that he used to get a hold of those cartels and drive them out, then he can deal with a lot of other cartels that are there in various other sectors. That is my main pro, that he performs basically, or he performed that time. In the docket of security, I felt his answers, that's now on the cons, I felt his answers were a bit flippant. They were a bit, no, they didn't deliver. Like, if you listen to his whole, it seemed like he was just making excuses, basically. Because if you ask him about Rivayala, he's like, there's nothing he could do about that. It is, I don't know, it is, there's an inquiry, there's something of inquiry of inquest, which is supposed to, public inquest that is supposed to, and we all know how public inquests work. You go and give out, it's not like a court of law. Basically, it helps people who are criminals get away with it, because when you go there, you produce all the evidence. So when you produce all the evidence, the criminal now goes with the lawyer to counter that. So most cases which go to inquest at the end of the day, even if they come to court, they don't get conclusively finished. So the whole, he was being asked about Rivayala, he was being asked about Gen Z, and I also found his answers about Gen Z pretty kind of evasive, because he was not really being direct about what he meant. He was just saying that Gen Z protests would not have happened. So we don't know, they wouldn't have happened because you would have negotiated with them and listened to them, or they wouldn't have happened because you'd have clamped down on them, you see. So the guy is evasive, which is not a good sign, because even when he's asked about his net worth, when he was a PS or a CS, he had to declare, all public servants are supposed to declare their wealth. So I don't understand what is this that he cannot declare his wealth. That is expected of all public servants. And even when he was in the service, I'm sure he was filling those forms for declaring the wealth. So I don't know. Like, I mean, there was something so shady about him in this interview. And then at one point, he started getting agitated. And this is something that I noticed with him even when he was in the docket. He was very, I mean, he has a temper. He has a temper. He almost got mad at the person interviewing him, and like the guy was just asking him about Chinkororo, of which, of course, I know that people. The other thing is that, when you start kind of getting into politics and it's kind of becoming a political rally that you're now not in your docket as a CS. People say a lot of things. Like, because our politics here in Kenya is all about violence, by the way, for those of you who don't know. It's all about violence. And I guess he felt like he can as well endorse violence to show somehow that he gets the drift. Like, I know how people roll when they're in this arena of politics. Okay. So don't worry, I got you. I'm just going to make sure that this Chinkororo my people in security docket will look away, which now portrays him in a very bad light, And he tried to really defend it, but, well, it fell flat on the face, because if you told them to look away, if you were going to tell them, the security, to look away, you're going to break the law. So,
So Malia, on that point, as you proceed, do you think he lied to the nation? Because he tried to say that he was misquoted, but even the people from his ethnic group who have translated that, whatever he said, it's like he was actually advocating for violence. Do you think he lied to the nation? should he be given a chance with that kind of, blatant lie?
1 second, 1 second. Justice, can you tell us if the translation was false or correct?
Which translation? No.
You speak Matiangi's language and you know what he said. So was it the translation correct
I saw
or
a
wrong?
translation that was given earlier when you asked the question, and this translation was
Okay,
spot
let's
on.
ask Leol. Leol, was the translation correct or false?
It was correct.
Thank you. Go on.
Go on, Malia.
Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, me, my issue.
I'm here to ask the questions. You have to answer. Go ahead, Malia.
The one asking you're going to say I'm the one asking the questions, not you. So, as I was saying, by the way, my problem was not even with Chinkororo and that it was a proscribed group. My problem was that statement of, I will tell my security people to look the other way. That one already just shows blatantly that this is someone who can't handle, like, if you give them a powerful office, you're in problems. And even some of the comments he was making about intelligence, like intelligence didn't know what Gen Z was doing, otherwise this thing would not have happened. It's like, hey, that statement is very dicey, because I mean, there'll be points whereby the government will do something and it may not rub the citizens the right way. What's wrong with them protesting, and yet their right to protest is there? So the fact that he's saying that it would not have happened shows that he has an issue with people picketing and with people protesting for whatever reason. So that is already a bad sign. So, but I think as Kenyans, maybe we are feeling so desperate that we want to get rid of Ruto at all costs. Sometimes we are not, even me myself, by the way, I'm kind of okay, but because of some of these things that he's saying now, I'm starting to fear him getting on that seat. But at times I'm feeling like swayed, because I'm like, this person could be the person who can be able to clamp down on corruption. Because Maraga, I find Maraga is perfect, by the way. He's really good. Although I've seen, like, there was a case where he ruled something which was not so good, but that's about the only thing that I've seen which you can make allegations on. But I really wonder about his ability to deal with cartels, to deal with corruption, to handle, I don't know, his demeanor is so harmless, like, I don't know. I don't feel like he has the wherewithal to really clamp down on, because our biggest problem, by the way, in this country is just corruption. I'm telling you, everything.
Not Ruto.
It's corruption. Ruto is the high priest of corruption. If you remember that name, he had been christened. So he's actually the high priest of corruption. So he's a high priest, but then there's the corruption. And of course, you don't tell me every corruption that is going on in Kenya, it's Ruto who is doing. But we need someone who, from the top, can deal decisively. And that's what I like about Matiang'i. He can deal with cartels and issues decisively. But then on the other hand, I'm feeling like he's going to be very high-handed. And even from his dockets in security, and he was very evasive on these cases, because he was asked about Chris Msando, he was asked about Jacob Juma, he was asked about Yala, and the only thing he kept saying is that, that's out of my purview. It's out of my hands. It is in the inspector of police hands. It is with the IGs. And I was like, I thought as a CS of security, you can be able to call the IG and ask him what's taking so long on this case. Because we've seen the case of Ongondo where it didn't even take 1 week for the issue to be resolved. So why is it that you can stay on a seat for 5 years and the case is not getting resolved and there's nothing you can do about it?
Yeah.
And there's even a point where he said that even if you are the president, there's nothing you can do about. I remember a statement like that, like, even if you're the president, there's nothing you can do about that. So basically what he's saying is that he's not going to be able to do anything much on these murder cases. At least the case for the former brothers, they are policemen and women who are arrested. I don't know. I'm sure the case is ongoing. But now the one for Yala Bodies and the one for Chris Mzando and Jacobs Juna. Obviously, Juma, obviously they were politically motivated, and that's why he couldn't push. Because I believe maybe somebody who is a constitutional expert here can tell us. Can CS in internal security push the IG on investigations concerning murder or concerning something like the Yala body saga? I would really like to hear on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Malia. Thank you very much for your submission. I'm going to go in this order. Kibunja, then Wallace. And Kibunja, and as Wallace also prepares, Kibunja, here's my question for you. Are we being boxed into this evil politicians' fix, and that now our mind has been manipulated to think like if it's either Ruto or Matiangi or Gasha? Like, are we really getting to a point where our mind is being manipulated either by the media or by the conversations, the kind of conversations that we have here, to the extent that now we can even say Ruto is better? Kibunja, your submission.
You can hear me?
Yes, very well. Karibu.
Let me say the following, that Matiangi is not Matiangi for the Kenyan Mwananchi. Matiangi is a dynasty candidate because when Ruto and Uhuru came to power, they have borrowed a lot of money. And the only thing that dynasty are known for is to keep what they have acquired. Now Kenyans have awakened and they are afraid. So the best thing they can do is to try and keep and manage the change and keep what they have acquired. I always say Ruto is the last born in the dynasty family. And I'm sure when he goes to the family table, when they're eating dinner, I'm sure one of the questions they ask him is, why did you awaken this Wananchi this far? Now they are so conscious of them or themselves. You could have just lied to them without mentioning the class war, so that you just join us. You force yourself in our family, you come and try, and we keep what we have acquired. So I think this is a candidate who, not himself, first of all, is not a politician. That's why he has difficulties answering questions. He's not able to twist things. He doesn't know how to lie. That's why somebody who doesn't know how to lie will tell you, I don't know. I was not there. I wish he could have come up with an answer that investigations are ongoing or so and so. Some funny things. I think we are in a bigger hole than we think. We are in a bigger mess because one of the things I know is that he's banking so much on Mount Kenya. And that's why sometimes he's not in Munyoro, Thika, he's in Kisii. First of all, Mount Kenya will split very soon because, of course, you can see the cracks in the opposition. The question that he was asked by Rigathi, that go and look for your party and come back and negotiate, was a tribal card thrown to him. That I know Jubilee is not your party, go and come up with your party. You see, when you go to Harambee and you don't have money, but you're in a group of people and you changa and you give money, alafu mwenye anachukua pesa akwambia, no, we Kibuja, go home and come with your own money. And you didn't have money. You see, now you are in trouble because the card that was being thrown to him was go to Kisii, congregate your population, of which I know it is smaller than what we have here because Rigathi would want to negotiate on the numbers. So he was being thrown a card to him that go and come up with your own party. I know you can't marshal too much. Don't come and depend on me. So there is a split that is eminent. That's why he was being asked, are you campaigning alone? And some of us who are private to the information of some of the people close to the opposition, they will tell you that somebody like Wamushomba is not very happy with Rigathi because she has been denied the Kiambu gubernatorial seat, and it was given to Jango. That is one of the reasons why he's in Matiang'i throughout. Rigathi thinks that he can work with the Kalonzo, which might not be the case. When you hear 100 MCAs from Ukambani saying that we We cannot work with you. Don't call us cousins. Just go back. It is not MCS who are talking. It's Kalonzo who was talking. So at one point, Rigathi will be alone, and Mount Kenya will split between Matiang'i and Rigathi. So I think Matiang'i was brought in because if another candidate comes in and he happens to order an audit with the much borrowed money that has been borrowed abroad, all the dynasties will go down. So they want somebody who will come in and manage the situation. That's my observation. Thank you.
Wow. Kibunja, thanks, bro. That's really kid, the way you have looked at it, and appreciate you being part of this conversation. Karibuni, those that have joined us, we'll get a chance for everybody to speak. After Wallace, I'll bring in Weston, then I bring Hannah, then we can go another round of speakers. And I want to tell you that this conversation, as even we have it, let's think about we, the people. Let's make this about we, the people, so that we are not boxed into this. But again, you can understand why we have this topic today. It's because of what happened yesterday, and we wanted to have a reflection. But don't be boxed in it. Open your mind. Wallace, I have a question for you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Did Matiangi miss the opportunity to show empathy and to bring up the emotion of identifying with the fallen comrades, such that he missed out a big chunk of real opportunity to identify with families, with the people that are grieving and all that. And he brought out his arrogance as opposed to this soft side that we were looking for. Wallace.
Yes, of course, he missed that opportunity, but it's always because he's been tagged as a tough guy. And one of the things Kenyans need to learn, that's why I like gentlemen like Kibunja, who's just gone before me, because they're a bit more discerning. When you are tagged as the tough guy, people assume that makes you a great leader. But there are times it's just a sign of your arrogance. For example, let me give you a simple example. When the late, goodness, why his name, the guy who talked at Mishuki cracked down on the matatu system. Kenyans used to sit like orbits in matatus. By that I mean you are cramped in, like the world was running out of time. He is the one who insisted you'll sit 3 people and you will have seat belts. In fact, we used to be told, funga michuki, when we were in matatus. That was his, any ministry you put Michuki in, he streamlined it. Did that make him the best presidential candidate? That's a guy who came from colonial time. His mindset was very arrogant. Look what he did to Standard Media when he was in charge of, again, same docket of internal security. So I want to burst your bubble, people. That guy is not going anywhere as far as Gen Zote movement is concerned. People who have hooks from the past regime, as it's been pointed out, when they stole between 2013 and 2022, almost 10 trillion shillings, and he was in the system. This thing of lack of accountability is what disqualifies you from presidency. The buck stops at the top, full stop. It does not stop in between. You know, I'm the CS, but I can't go. That shows you are an incompetent leader. You should not be given anything. Everything must stop with you when you're at the top. Everything stops with you when you're the president. Don't pretend you have no. After all, we know in Kenya, things don't work according to the constitution and how things are supposed to. Why are we complaining right now? Things are not being played out according to the constitution. This thing is about who is, it's a pecking order. Whoever is above controls anybody below their status. So do not be impressed by how curly he was. That means nothing when it comes to leadership. And I guarantee you, let's say Kenyans were determined to clean up and have people return the money they stole. Do you think he would ever touch Uhuru or the Odingas? People who are created by dynasties will never touch them, which is why when Kibaki came in, if you noticed, he was very quick to say, let Moi relax in peace. Let him, he was his VP for how long? The clean sweep Kenya is doing has no room for Matiangi. Let that get to you people. everybody, I'm telling all Kenyans, if you want to waste your vote throwing it towards him, do so. Now we can't stop you. We respect your right. Yeah, the minority can have their say. Majority will have their way. Okay, so vote for him so that he has some numbers. Congratulations. But no, you are wasting your time and you are wasting the movement's determination that we must clean up this country. People must return what they stole. Kenya is not broke. Corruption is what has been draining us for a long time. There have been tapeworms, parasites in the guts of this country. We are a very wealthy country. Very wealthy. Because a guy was claiming who wants to run for president, I'm still doing my research, that we are worth over mineral-wise and stuff, almost over $27 trillion. This is a very wealthy country. But when you have traitors who are willing to sell out your country, who are willing to cooperate with Western puppets, and guess who he's been working for the last, he's been at the World Bank, or you don't know who globalists are. Do you really think Africa is poor? Okay, so you have to wake up. Now I can bring the coffee to you and hope you wake up, but you can choose to sleep. That's your freedom of choice. But people who are were in Uhuru's system, they looted over 10 trillion. That's why they are so wealthy and they can't declare their wealth right now. Do not think they will help clean up the mess that has been there and prevailing and persisting. Gen Zote movement wants an absolute cleanup. That's what we are saying. Those who know Maraga, he was part of a team that refused, rejected an election. That doesn't mean anything. He didn't fix the justice system. That doesn't qualify. Even better, you tell me Omtata, who we know even before he became senator. How many times did we see Omtata being arrested for going? He would chain himself to outside police when there's a police injustice that happens. Okay, and I've told you in this space before, it's that Gen Zote has not pushed him to the fore yet, but we'll get people like Kibuda to go to the forefront. 2 terms as governor. First one, he refused to be corrupted by MCAs. He could have been as corrupt as any of the governors we've been seeing. We've seen scorecards of the most corrupt governments. Can you compare, can you even try and put Matiangi anywhere near Kibuda? As far as having been a clear leader of integrity. Integrity is the key here. Have you ever seen Kibuda being rude to people? Have you heard of him oppressing anybody? So that you have to keep here sanitizing this guy. I guarantee you this, most people who will support him, they come from his region, because Ukabila is not gone out of us 100%. And I cannot blame anybody for that. If you support him because you share the same region, question your support. Question it. And if you find yourself having to keep sanitizing him, again, question your support. He will not touch the Uhurus. He will not touch the Railas that were working together in the second term, because he is part of that system. He cannot declare his wealth. The guy is dirty. You can try and convince yourself all you want. Now it's a matter of integrity, not what did he do. Bad people. Pharaoh built the pyramids and he was wicked. Sometimes working is not what you manage to achieve, isn't the proof that you are the best leader possible. Are you compassionate? Are you a person of integrity? Are you a person who moves everybody forward? Are you a person with a clean track record? Nobody demands you be perfect. But the fact is this, if you want to clean a system, but you have somebody and there are too many hooks in him, too many people have his business, too many people have ways to pull him into their direction from the past regime that you're going to try and fix. You cannot place them at the forefront. Put somebody you know who does not bow to the knees of corrupt people, with evidence, with historical evidence, when being governor. Okay? Attempted impeachment. To go to the second term, all the MCAs were fired. He's the only one who got through. I think one MCA survived because he was not part of that cartel to force him to loot the coffers of the county. So do not, as Kenyans, because of our desperation, don't focus so much on pushing somebody out, which we will push him out. In fact, he's already fired as we are speaking. That you stop seeing people for who they truly are. That's the mistake. That's how KANU survived 2002. Kenyans were out to remove KANU so badly, so desperately. They did not see the rubbish KANU people who came through LDP and rejoined the system. They soured everything going forward. There are times it's a question of what is the character of the person you are putting. That's what the Gen Zote movement is going to focus on going forward. That's what we are going to be pushing for. Not personalities, not, this guy is very disciplinarian. Fine, give them credit where it's due, but also note where they didn't deserve credit, what kind of situation that was, and what does it have to do with having a vision for a country. Okay? So for example, and he is not even pushing for the candidates. Look at what Makueni started doing, taking its own mangoes and making dried fruit. Somebody with a vision, and you're involving the people. Public participation was what was used to circumvent the MCAs who are being corrupt. These people who just are used to speaking from their high place because they have power, they have the instruments of force, those are not the best leaders. So the Uhurus, the dynasties have their tenterhooks in this guy that you're trying to support. That's just the fact of the matter. He will not clean Jack. He would go in, act on anything else, but not on any cases or any issues that have to do with past economic injustices, of which what we are suffering from right now is an economic situation. A country that has been looted so extremely, they even started looting in advance. They borrow money, it goes to their accounts, then they raise taxes for Kenyans to repay loans for monies that never entered our consolidated fund. Imagine getting to that level of corruption.
Well, it's 2 minutes.
Give me 2 minutes. Thank you. But so the idea here is to say this, because part of the revolution is about economics, top finance bill. Like now, by the way, Kenyans, if we are being solid, we need to fight for our army people. Do you know they have started being charged pay as you eat? How can you be in the army ready to defend our country, ready to die for our country? And these people, because they don't know where to get money, now they want you to be buying lunch from your own pocket. So we need to show even our army people, we the people also consider them. We need to, we insist. You cannot, these people are meant to have privileges. I mean, some basic things covered for, they are not meant to be doing businesses, they're in the army. So, but because you guys are looting the coffers, you are stealing everything that's not nailed down, you now want to make army people, they have to figure out where are they getting money for their lunch. So anyway, I think in this matter, let's be realistic. He has too much history in him, be contamination free. You can delude yourself to any other extent, but those are the facts. Everybody has the right to their own opinions. That's the reality of life. But nobody has a right to their own facts. The facts are, he was in the system, he ate with the system, he stole with the system, he will never punish the system. I rest my case. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Wallace, for putting it as plainly and as plain as it can get. Appreciate, and I'm sure we'll get some rebuttals as we go. Allow me to bring in Weston, and then after that, I'll bring Hannah. And Weston, you have listened to this. I think this conversation, we need to open it up in a way that now we look at the mind of this voter, this Kenyan voter that at this point where we are in this conversation today under Justice for All, Yapunch and Leon, that we can be divided on whether we are voting for Matiangi or not. We will have more and more conversations of this nature, but where are we as the Kenyan people in terms of our mindset? Weston.
Justice, to employ the psychoanalysis approach is always problematic in life when you try to make sense of problems in societies, because it's about sickness. There's something the matter with the person's mind. That's how problematic it is. That's why people always avoid that. trying to psychoanalyze a person's mind. Why do they think the way they do? You know, you run a risk of getting into Freudian kind of mold. But let's proceed, be as it may. It's Amilcar Cabral who said that sellouts are worse than enemies because an enemy fights openly. You know who they are. You can strategize, you can see them. Sellouts destroy from within, which why the preceding contributions are very key. That if as a group of people you are committed to a particular cause, and you've got people within who don't subscribe to that cause, then you are defeated even before you begin. You've invited me to talk about the psyche of the Kenyan voter. It's not some other person, Justice. It's you, it's me, it's Japonch. It's not somebody else. It's we, the Kenyan voter. So if there are any questions, it's not like we're expecting somebody else to ask themselves those questions. It's you and me to ask ourselves those questions. It's never about that other person. So what Kenya do I want for myself? It's a very basic question. It's very basic, but it's very weighty. Can you provide very candid answers to that question? What Kenya do you want for yourself? For your loved ones, and for those even you don't love, because that's how it works. What is it? Well, we talk about rule of law, we talk about the whole host of things we talk about. You know, there's security, there's constitutionalism, there's inclusivity, and all those things. How do you realize those things? You need leadership. But leadership is not some abstract thing. You need people, to provide that leadership. What kind of a person do you want in leadership? Does this person have what it takes to help you realize that Kenya which you want? These are questions, they look very basic, but often in life, basic things are very complex, very complex. That's why when the government tells you about artificial intelligence, about Shisha is supposed to address the corruption that was there under NHIF, no, it's people. It's not technology. It's not some machines that address people's problems. It's people who address their problems. And it's through your thinking. Justice, we have a problem in Kenya, in the sense that we tend to look at issues in a very cyclic fashion. Very cyclic fashion. The reason is because our education system is flawed, and that's why people who are defending CBC or CBE, whatever it is, they can't succeed. They can't. It's likely to be worse, if not it's worse than 844. And look at 844. People, bashed it, but the successor, it's a disaster. Knowledge is not about answering exams. And that's why a teacher will not take pride in failing students, because they know the student is much bigger than this assignment you gave them. The student can do so many things other than this exam that they were meant to write in 2 hours or 3 hours. They have a lot of capacity to do other things in the society. But for us, for some strange reason, your life can be determined by an exam you wrote in 2 hours or 3 hours or whichever. It can be determined. And that's why in Kenya, if you're keen, people keep talking about the high schools they attended 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, as if they have never done other things within the intervening period. Because our appreciation of knowledge is very narrow, very parochial. It's related to exams and some paper at the end of the exams. But knowledge, justice is something you use on a daily basis. It's not just for answering exams. You use it on a daily basis. It's what you tap into at any given juncture in your life. when you want to make decisions, when you want to see who to relate to and who not to relate to, and in this context, who to vote for and who not to vote for. That's knowledge. It's knowledge. You're not writing an exam. No one is going to examine you or assess you or grade you. But we completely are oblivious of that. And that's why I say, no, this person is a disciplinarian. No, this person is, I don't know, no nonsense. But what do those concepts mean? Okay, you mean presiding over extrajudicial killings is tantamount to being a disciplinarian or being a no-nonsense person? Is that what it means? Do you mean disregarding the rule of law, God, someone says, is equivalent to being a disciplinarian? But you're not going to answer those questions because you're not asking yourself those questions. So just forget that you hate William Ruto or you love him. It's not about love, hate. We shouldn't relate to these politicians like that. Forget that you hate Matiang'i or you love him. It's not about love, hate. Put these people aside and ask yourselves questions. Why, if it's William Ruto, why do you dislike him? Just answer yourself those questions. Or why do you like him if you do? Or why do you like and dislike him at the same time as your leader? Answer those questions. Then put Matiang'i there. Why do you think could be your president? Why do you think he doesn't have what it takes to be a president? Write those answers, or you could, within your own mind, come up with those answers. If you're honest with yourself, you realize, no, there's no distinction between these two people. None. Absolutely none. But because you don't do that, you think that there is. There is. And you think there is because you run away from facts. Facts are very stubborn. You resort to opinions and wishful thinking. Now, those are the things that will convince you that there's actually some kind of disjuncture. There's some distinction. You can ideologically separate these people. You go ahead and believe so. And then you find yourself saying things to the effect that is better than. But William Ruto cannot be the best line for good leadership. Can he be? He can't. He cannot be. So if you're a person who is only qualified to be a president because he's better than William Ruto, you're doing badly. And your reading, your analysis is completely flawed. It cannot be. You completely yank out this person. You come up with your own values. Rule of law. Where does Matiang'i fall? Rule of law. Justice. Honesty. You listened to him yesterday. Honesty. Is he a candid person? Is he evasive? Where? Is this person tribal? I don't want to live in a country that is mired in tribalism. Is this person ethnic in the way they conduct themselves? Those are basic questions. But if you use William Ruto, you'll get it wrong because most likely you dislike this particular individual. And to feel good about yourself, you will make this other person look better, when in actual sense, it's not reality, it's make-believe. So it's the education system justice for me that I'm concerned with. Because societies are never changed through guns. America is not great because of guns. It's because of knowledge. It's knowledge. Name any society, it's never about guns. They use guns to protect that which they have. But even to outgun other people, you must outthink them. So at the end of the day, it's about ideas. We must center ideas as opposed to money. If you don't center ideas and you center money, then you find this paradox in Kenya. There's so much money amid this massive poverty. Are you getting it? It's not a poor country, is it? When they read that budget year in, year out, it runs into trillions. But on the ground, can you tell really where that money is? The paradox of plenty amidst scarcity, amidst nothing. Why? Because of ideas. It's ideas that you can, you can sell ideas. The other day, some Iranian ambassador was asked his views about the bombing of Iran by the Americans. Listen to him. He says, They cannot defeat us. They cannot stop us from investing in nuclear energy because that knowledge is homegrown. We have not imported that knowledge. We're not relying on anybody. Those are our scientists, those are Iranians, and they are there, we're training them. We don't rely on anybody. Can you impeach that? You cannot. Ideas. We haven't done it, we're not doing it. Instead, we want people who will turn around the economy, but you cannot turn around the economy if you don't center human beings. You cannot turn around the economy if you don't preserve human life. You can't. You are turning around the economy for who? For who? You cannot turn around the economy because turning around the economy means every other person has got a share of this economy. There's equity, there's justice. You have no regard for justice. You have no regard for the rule of law. So how will you ensure that even lowly people in Kenya have got their fair share of this economy that you're turning around? Which were the previous speaker, I think, when he talks about this candidate is a candidate of dynasties, old money, oligarchy. He's correct. He's not your candidate. He's not your candidate. So you want to live in a country where you don't belong? You're on the periphery? You don't count? It's only the interests, the concerns, the needs of the political elite, a very small, tiny, what I would call an incestuous political elite, self-reproducing, is the one whose interests you vehemently defend at the expense of your own interests. You want to live in that kind of a country? Don't. Knowledge should make you understand that tyranny is not just about police violence, killing of people on the streets. Tyranny is also about ideas. That if you give so much power to professors and experts, they will sell you cheap. They will sell you cheap. If you give so much power to political elite, the way the media does, you wake up in the morning, they're there on your screen. You go to bed, they're there on your screen. It's the ideas that keep, playing themselves in your mind. They will sell you cheap. Because don't take it for granted that they have got your best interest at heart. Governments work when they fear the backlash from the masses. It's not about, they don't fear themselves. William Ruto will not be scared of parliament, will not be scared of the judiciary. He will only be scared of the masses, the people, the masses. But you, if you think you're going to take instructions and advice from the political elite, regardless of their political affiliation, I can tell you for free, they will sell you cheap because they have sold you cheap before. You can predict with certainty that they will sell you cheap tomorrow. They will sell your child cheap the following day, the following year. So be skeptical of these people. The tyranny of the law. The tyranny of the law. No, we want a lawyer to help us. No, you're giving so much prominence to a tiny fraction of people. But they will tell you, lawyering in Kenya is full of fraud and all sorts of people. Why do you think they'll act in your best interest? Why do you think so? So exercise your agency. Exercise your agency. And that's why in societies such as the US, you can get invitation at random. Go and be part of a jury. You help. They educate a particular legal issue. They don't care whether you've got legal training or not. You're a member of that society. You think, you reason. You can help that society, that government, to educate those serious matters. And they will listen to you. Why is it that in Kenya, we're so drawn to tyranny of expertise, tyranny of the law, tyranny of professoriate, tyranny of the political elite? That is another form of tyranny, which you don't know. They don't shoot you in the face, but they work against your interests. One, they don't patronize your services. They don't go to hospitals that you patronize. Their kids don't go to schools that your kids go to. They don't live in the neighborhoods that you live in. So why do you think they would act in your best interest? They will not. But all these things come out of education, the way we're trained. If we're not trained to be skeptical, to ask the hard questions, to be skeptical of this institution called government, to be skeptical of privileged people, it's difficult to ask these questions and ask them comprehensively and radically. But I'm saying we can begin now, because I can see even on these spaces, there's shift in the way, some of the people I know are now looking at reimagining these things. We're making progress. We're making progress. People asking for solutions. That's how you make progress. When you start asking the right questions, then we'll get the correct answers. And you'll not even know that we're getting the correct answers. But when you begin with the solutions, that's a very reductive approach. You'll get anything and everything, but you realize, no, this is not a solution. Why? Because societal problems are diametrical. What even constitutes a solution today will be a problem tomorrow. So this Matiangi you want to vote for, I can guarantee you, God forbid, no sooner do you vote for him, he's sworn in, then he becomes a problem, which you must solve. You must solve. If you think that you will have arrived, now all your problems are gone, no, you're deluded. You will have to solve this person. He'll become your new problem. You must be prepared for that. Knowledge, something you walk with every day, you tap into it, and you have to nourish it so consistently. Why are people behaving like this? There are things in the past that I don't know. I must find out. But don't say, no, I wasn't there when Moi was there. No, I wasn't there. I was young when Kibaki was there. Oh, no. Ignorance is not something to be proud of. Tell people, you may have been there. At that time, I was not there, but I've taken time to appraise myself of the things that happened then. I can challenge you on what you're saying, but don't say, no, I was not there. That ignorance is what they love. They love that ignorance because they're going to instrumentalize it for their own good. Don't. Matiangi, Rigathi, Natembea, Michuki that was mentioned. These are colonial relics. Colonial relics. These are people who are disdainful of black people. Disdainful. They hate black people. And in fact, they hate themselves. That's why they brutalize you the way they do. They don't have regard for you. And then he comes from the US and comes back because he knows you're not going to ask him questions. But wait a minute, hello, where are you from? He thinks you will celebrate him because he's from the empire. But if you've got proper knowledge, you know that the empire is also part of your problem. The empire. You're fighting against this local capital, which is also linked and connected to international capital in DC, in London, where they are currently. And I said here the other day that if you want to know that your president has got approval in the West, he's going to be invited, celebrated, the red carpet will be rolled out for him amid a whole host of chaos in his backyard. I said that here. But somehow, because we don't appreciate this, we think, okay, I can write to number 10 Downing Street and say, don't invite him. Who tells you? Who tells you they don't like him like that? Actually, they do. They like him like that. Justice as a yield. Don't say Matiangi does not bear responsibility for the atrocities that happened under the interior docket when he was at the helm. Because if you look at the indictment against Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, over atrocities in Gaza, he's been jointly indicted by his former defense minister. Former defense minister. So you're not a bystander when you hold a very strategic position in government, a position that is responsible for the commission of mass atrocities. You are not a bystander. You're not innocent. You can't say I didn't know. You can't say it's the IG. No. You sit in that council, Security Council. You sit there. Those decisions are made there. If you didn't agree, you are to resign. I can't. You people want to butcher Kenyans. The interior minister, I don't approve that. Mr. President, it was nice working with you. I'm tendering my resignation. You didn't do that. You served. Years down the line, you want to absolve yourself. Say, no, it was the IG, it was the police. You know why they speak like that? Because they think we don't think critically. We're not complex being. We're not complex being. We're very cheap in our mind. So they can just tell us anything and everything and it will pass. Fellow compatriots, as I yield, I'm saying this. Let's learn to be rigorous in the way we read these people. But we have also to begin by being rigorous in the way we read ourselves, in the way we think, in the way we conceptualize things. It's not easy. Thinking is hard work. That's why it's called intellectual labor. That's why the Chinese are fighting against the Americans over intellectual property. It's hard work. Thought, thinking, knowledge, economy. That's where we are going. Thinking, brains. These are things that will propel societies forward, not things in the ground. Even if you have things in the ground and you don't have the requisite human capital, those things will mean nothing to you. Some other people will benefit from them. Human capital is the prerequisite capital. Every other capital, every other wealth sits on human capital. But in Kenya, we think, oh, the British will give us money, or the Chinese will give us money. But what about our human capital? That is our wealth. Money is just paper. It's people, real wealth. Any politician who does not appreciate this, you have no business voting for somebody like that. They just want to become prestigious, walk around at your expense, travel, saluted all over the place. You have no business voting for somebody like that. Look for consciousness. Look for consciousness. The thinking. That's the problem we have in the country. It's not like we have a problem with somebody who can mobilize ethnically. We have lots of warlords. But we have got scarce thought leaders, and we're looking for thought leaders. We will get them if only we're going to be very rigorous. We're going to be ruthless in the way we read this politics and refuse simplistic and cheap solutions to complex issues. These issues are complex. It's not about William Ruto. Very complex. And we'll continue. We must think robustly, which I am saying the next battle is the education sector in Kenya. We have to overhaul the education sector in Kenya. Overhaul it. It's not working for us. It hasn't worked for us. And the way it is not going to work for us. We must overhaul it. This conversation, we must have it. If we don't get the education right, fellow compatriots, it's difficult to get anything right. Completely impossible. You're not going to get anything right. I yield justice. Good night. Greetings to whoever it is, wherever they are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Weston. And you'll still be here in the next 30 minutes. I'll give you a closing remark. If not, you have brought up very powerful things, and I want Hannah to pick up from there. And one thing that has really, really, hit me hard is the aspect of the problem is that we are comparing one candidate with another, and you are using that other candidate as the benchmark. And then we end up with voting for the lesser evil instead of really voting for the person that we want to lead us. The second thing is that thinking is hard work. Hannah, karibu. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. It is hard to talk after Western. It's very challenging. Western, sometimes you have to, give these little people first in advance so that when you fall down, hey, where, manzi? Anyway, wacha niwache kuongea. I came when Arisi was around, and Arisi was saying that
he's still here. He's still here. Only that he doesn't have a mic, but you can bring up if you have a question. He's still here. Yeah.
It's good that he is here so that he can understand where I am going. He said that something like Kenyans are so emotional. We are being played by emotions. But just try to understand. When you are proposed ice cream on one hand, and on the other side they give you biscuit, and you jump onto the ice cream, you are the one who is emotional, because you have just gone to liking the person. You love the person, Matiangi, so much so that you don't even want to listen to the other candidates. So already you are emotional, even by the way you are speaking on this platform, unfortunately to say. That is the reason as to why I ask Kenyans, do not, and I repeat again, do not swear your allegiance to anybody apart from the country in which you are living in. If you are a Kenyan, your allegiance is to Kenya, not to the ministry of, I do not know who, Matiangi or whoever. Those people are just people like you and me. They have their faults and they will make you happy sometimes. That is emotion. And they will make you sad sometimes. That is also emotion. So you have to be very careful about that. You know, we usually say, do not save somebody who has gone bankrupt. Do not. Unless that person has understood the reason as to why he went to bankruptcy. This is where we are. Kenyans, we have not understood why Kasongo is in the power. And we have still not understood why Uhuru was in power. Because if we did, we won't even want anybody to do with the past people for 40 years who have been in government. I've also heard somebody say that CBC made something good. CBC, do you know CBC is not even our education system? Is it made in Kenya? Has it been fabricated by the professors in Kenya? Did they sit down and challenge the teachers? They sat down with the intellectuals in Kenya. They made the perfect CBC to say that now this is what we want because 844 was not ours. So we should make this one look like ours because it's going to serve the people of the country, the children of the country. Because every system is supposed to make sure that when you come out from that system, you are able to manage the place where you want to be. You want to be a mechanic, you can start by being a mechanic. You grow up the echelon and you become a manager to the point where you can own your own mechanic thing, hardware, or even whatever. But you see, now the problem is CBC is not ours. It was brought by Amuzungu. And then here we are. He did a very good job. He was so tough on it. He was so kind. He was really Kenyans. We have to look at our emotions sometimes because those are emotions. We are not questioning like what Western said. Question everything. You have a right to, just like you're being told you can go to Maandamano anytime. You can breathe air every time. What is the reason as to why you are not questioning? You have no reason to say, I'm not going to question everything that man stands for. You want him to become the president. The mandate of the president most likely are two: to serve the people and to protect property. First is serving the people. That man killed. And hapa mimi nasikia ati no, he was not in the ministry, he was in the ministers. Yes, so it's not possible. Seriously? Do you know CSs are all, when they come out of that CS position of Ministry of Interior or even others, they are still consulted. They are still consulted because maybe they left behind something which was supposed to have been worked for and it didn't manage, it did not come through. So they do not just leave an attaché or a document. Sometimes they have to go all the way through until that document, that thing which they were supposed to do is finished. So they can be even people who can advocate or even tell them, hapa ndio tulifika na hii mambo ya ng'ombe na wizi. So I think uangalie upande hii na upande. These people are consulted. So do not underestimate. Ama we mwenyewe sijui emotions zako zinakushika alafu unaanza kusema ati mwachie, let's cut him some slack. Does he cut you some slack when he's killing you and throwing you in the river Yala? Does he? Does he? When he was a part of the administration, what was the level of inflation? Do you know inflation is also a tax which he was benefiting from, because inflation is part of the tax where the rich people in the country are taking advantage of. So you are being taxed, then the inflation goes up, then you are being taxed again, because when things go high, you're also taxed. It's part of the inflation and it's a tax. And people have not understood that. Kenyans, my only thing I would love to say, stop thinking about these people. Think about yourself. Like Westerner said, it's not about, it's about you. It's about your kids, about your family, it's about your loved ones. When they go to the hospital, they will not meet that Matiangi. Matiangi will be enjoying himself with the beautiful convoy. It's about you. Are you going to go there and find things at a cheaper price? Well, it's about the debt. You're still going to pay, yet you know very well it has not even benefited you. So ask yourself, is he going to do that? Is he going to reduce the debt? Is he going to reduce the tax? Those are the questions that you're supposed to ask yourself. If you can't ask those questions, then shut up. Do not even take the mic. What are you saying when you're taking up the mic and saying, oh, he's a lovely guy, he's very... Watu mnanishangazaga sana. Na ndio maana tunasema usitoe mtu kwa bankruptcy. Wacha aende akae kwa hiyo bankruptcy yake, alie, aseme ni system imemharibia, sijui nini, na ni wewe ulijipeleka
Hana
hiyo.
Hana 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I will finish by this.
Yeah.
Nobody, even the government, is responsible for your circumstance. It is only you who is responsible for your circumstance. If you do not change them, then that is up to you. Thank you very much, Japonch, loyal, and justice for all things.
Thanks, Hannah. Much appreciated for you gracing our space today and contributing. We are moving into like the final hours. We have so many people have requested. We see all of you, Risi, Dr. Mofo, Sankale, Alex, and we're gonna give you a chance once we start having people probably go to the listeners, and then we'll get them back to give their final remarks. In the remaining minutes, we are going to have our conversation around probably have a maximum of 3 minutes, so that we can give a chance to everybody to contribute. We still keep asking our questions. If you watched the interview yesterday, you probably have listened to so many clips and responses from people. He answered questions on ethnicity, some policy issues, rule of law, and all these things. What do you make of it? But then we have also expanded this conversation, which is going to be probably a way that we're going to be running our spaces moving forward. What about you as a citizen? Are you one of those people that are afraid or lazy that doesn't want to think? Today we have been told by Western that thinking is hard work. Thinking is hard work. I think it's Maurice, then Osogo. No, Hassan. Let's go to Hassan first. Hassan, I think, has been waiting, and then we'll go to Maurice, and then we will just go around everybody. Please, 3 minutes, Hassan.
Oh, thank you. Mimi nashukuru kupewa mic, nimekaa hapa sana, nasema asante. Okay, kitu ya kwanza naweza sema wanasemanga when corruption is active, it's not when I'm involved. Hiyo ndio inakuanga slogan mzuri. Alafu kitu ingine ni kwamba sisi venye nimekuwa nikisikia, venye nimekuwa nikienda kwa rally huko nje maandamano, I can tell you these young guys hawana mwelekeo. They are just going because people are going. Kwa sababu hapa saa hii like venye nimekuwa nikisikia, nasikia mtu anasema we cannot choose this guy because amefanya hii. Come on, everybody hapa, hata mimi na wewe, we have weaknesses. We cannot say so and so is 100% sure wakati wewe mwenyewe unajua uko na weakness. And what I would like to add on is wakati unaangalia mambo yakifanyika, this guy was being interrogated. I think kama kuna polisi hapa ama whoever can clarify that the guy was being interrogated, and if you are very smart, you could see the way he was responding. He was not being very open because I think he knew what was going on. And what I would like to say is, again, I've been watching interviews on television. I can tell when somebody has gone through questions, he knows what he's going to tell people and what is going to be asked, because a contradictive question will not give you time to answer. You will have to suffer to look each and every corner to answer that statement. But you will find out somebody is answering that question very much comfortable, very easy, which tells you that huyu mtu alikuwa anapitia hii kitu, so it will not look hard to that person. Another thing is, I can go with that guy, and that's for fact. Reason number one, we don't want to be controlled. And we want a president who will call us daddy, mama, you have done this and this. No, you have to take responsibility. We cannot have somebody who is soft. Like he sees something and say, they are kids, they will do what they will do, but it's okay. No, we cannot have such a person. I'm saying that because I'm vying and I know the responsibilities that are ahead of me are tough. And to control that responsibility, I need to be tough. I need to I need to face that responsibility with the much strength so that I can handle it, because I'll meet kila type ya kila mtu na siwezi sawazisha kila mtu yoyote. Lazima kuna yule mwenye atasema hapana na kuna yule mwenye atasema ndio. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi sema kwamba kwa sababu yale yalifanyika itakufanya kwamba useme huu mtu ni mbaya. There is an order was given kufanya hiyo kitu, because huwezi amka asubuhi na useme nani na nani wamefanyika hivi na tunataka huu mtu tumlaumu kwa hii kitu na asiende mahali. It does not work like that. You first look at the baseline of the story so that you can move with what you know. So hii story yenye tuko nayo hapa, we are feeling like huu mtu ako hivi hivi na hivi na hivi. No. Another thing I would like to say, Justice, let us call that person here so that we can talk to him, we interact and ask him questions. From there, even if you are not seeing the person, but from the way he talks, you will understand whom you are talking to. But when we are talking here, the person is not here. It looks like we are making fun and we are creating feelings over here. Then it ends up like it was nothing. I think that is my submission for that. Thank you.
Just a
Sure.
second,
Go ahead with your
Justice,
point.
before
No,
Hassan
go
leaves. Hassan, so you mean to say that you are looking for a tough guy, a very tough guy. I don't know if you mean ruthless or tough, and you said you are also vying for some seat in the country. So did you mean to say that Matiangi is ruthless or is tough?
No,
Thanks.
not tough. You don't need. I did not mean like ruthless. I mean somebody who is very serious on what he's doing and very focused. When you become strict, things work, and you know it for fact. When you become serious, things work, and when you stand with discipline, people will follow you as a role model. I think that's what I mean. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Justice, back to you. Back to you,
Thanks,
Justice.
Japan, for that question, and thanks, Hassan, for responding and submitting, and all the best as you run. We'll be here, and when we get a chance, we'll definitely be able to have all the other people that are running to be part of our conversation. Much appreciated. I am gonna move quickly here to, I believe the next person.
It's Maurice. Should be Maurice.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping me honest. Maurice, karibu.
Thanks, Justice. Thanks, Pointy. Hope all is well.
Yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
good. Okay. The best predictor of future behaviors is past behavior. What someone shows you when they have a position of authority, those behaviors they demonstrate. In as much as once they're outside that position of authority, they're now a private citizen like you and I. In as much as they try to demonstrate humility, I am humble, and all these manipulation they try, ultimately, we will always judge them when they were in a position of power, in a position where they had authority. When Matiang'i was the CS Interior, he demonstrated scant regard for the Kenyan Constitution, Kenyan laws, and court orders. He disregarded numerous court orders. The same person was saying that we are now in a situation where people are disregarding court orders, yeah, as they are walking around, ignoring the fact that those were the exact same behaviors he was demonstrating. Yeah, there is absolutely no way, if Matiang'i was to become the president of Kenya, the most powerful political office in Kenya, the commander-in-chief, that he will subject himself to the laws of Kenya. There is absolutely no way he will do that. Even his most fervent supporters, they must have that lingering doubt about Matiang'i, because he's demonstrated to us his behaviors. That's who he is. Yeah, human beings fundamentally do not change. We do not change fundamentally. Our circumstances might make us seem humble, or we might be humbled by our circumstances, but take me back to where I was, to my previous status. Give me that position of authority that I had before. Give me the wealth that I had before. Give me access to our taxes that I had before, and you will see his behaviors. Matiang'i is that type of individual. Yeah. Now, some people might say we're getting emotional, we are not giving him a chance. He was a performer. If Matiang'i was a performer, which legacy did he leave? Which systems are currently in place that are functional? Matiang'i would appear in offices, he will shove his weight around, he will shout at people, he would threaten people. That's not how you develop systems. That's not how you leave a legacy. You need to have systems in place so that even if you're not present, things are still functioning. Things were only functioning, in quotes, functioning, when Matiang'i was on site, because he would come, the loud individual that he is, threaten everyone around there with dire consequences. Of course, people would be scared. Yeah. Talking about toughness, I see it all over social media, people saying we need a tough president, we need someone who is rough. Kenya does not need a tough president. Kenya does not need someone who's rough. Kenya needs a president who is a human being. Some people say no one is perfect, there's no saint. Those are flimsy excuses. There's no single human being on this planet who is perfect. We all make decisions. Some of those decisions do not achieve the outcomes that we want. So it's not a question of perfection. We want a human being who will subject himself to the laws of Kenya. He will say, he or she will say, I, as the president of Kenya, I swear to uphold the Constitution and I will subject myself to the laws of Kenya. That's all we need. Talking about saints, talking about no one is perfect, talking about everyone has flaws, those are defeatist arguments. Yeah. Even countries where they have functional systems, the leadership make mistakes, but they are accountable to the people. They stand up and say, I made this decision. This decision did not achieve the outcomes that I hoped it would achieve, and I take accountability. And the country moves forward. In Kenya, you have a cabinet secretary. First and foremost, this talk of the constitution being followed in Kenya, that's just bollocks. We know the constitution in Kenya is not followed. It is abused by the executive. Everyone knows that. So saying the IG is an independent office, they don't report to the CS Interior, that's just bollocks. The CS Interior has overwhelming influence over the IG, over the DCI. Matiang'i saying, I had no idea what was going on, talk to the IG. That demonstrates incompetence. As the person in charge of Interior, the bare minimum, you should know what's going on. If you have no understanding what's going on, then you're incompetent. Yeah. You cannot delegate accountability to your juniors. It's like me, a department manager, something is going on in my department, then I'm asked by my senior, I say, I have absolutely no idea. I'll be either given a termination letter on the spot or I'll be told to resign. How can you not know what's going on in your department? How could Matiang'i, with all the resources he has available to him, not know what police officers were doing? The police officers are individually responsible for their actions, absolutely. He has no control over a police officer who decides to shoot an innocent Kenyan on the street. He has absolutely no control. But when you have a rogue team of police officers going around abducting, torturing, maiming, killing Kenyans, and they get away with breaking the law, who created that environment where police officers know we can get away with breaking the law? Someone had to create that environment for them to know they can get away with it. Yeah, that's where accountability sits, with the senior most people, the CS, Interior, Deputy President, President. It goes all the way up. In as much as we like a particular politician, it does not mean that we blindly defend each and every single thing that I do. My favorite politician, if anything, that is the individual I will challenge the most, because he or she is my favorite politician. It is you I voted for. Therefore, it is you that I have to challenge. Yeah. So, bottom line, this idea that let's give Matiang'i a chance, he's being unfairly attacked. We are not attacking Matiang'i. We are looking at his past behaviors. He has shown us, this is who I am. These are my behaviors. When I'm in a position of authority, this is how I will behave. Those are the character traits we judge him against. And it is public officials who set the standard of behavior, not private individuals. Not saying me as a citizen, I should set the standard of behavior.
Thank you,
It is public officials who do that. Thanks, Justice.
Great submission. Thanks, Prof. Thanks for being here. That was phenomenal. We will be closing in about 30 minutes. So as we proceed making our submissions moving forward, please cut them down a little bit to probably 2 to a max of 3 minutes. In that way, then we can get a chance, everybody to speak. Before I bring Sankala in, you be next, but let me have Be Real speak. At least it's good to have our sisters' voices. Also, we can mix that with then Sankale, we go down. And Dr. Mofo, give you a chance to speak, but if you don't mind, can you be my co-host for the next 30 minutes? I'm gonna send you a mic if you're able to, and then you will speak as a co-host. Okay, I've sent you the mic. Be Real, Karibu.
Thank you so much, Justice. I was really trying to catch up with Weston and Hannah, because it's like we're now broadening the conversation. And we all from all the speakers, we all agree, like in unison, just a few, that Matiang'i is a no. So can we I think maybe tomorrow or any other day of your choice, we bring up a candidature. If not, I would not circulate the existing that we are seeing. But now that we're broadening the conversation, who is our preferred candidate as the people that are really on change? Because we really want change, and we have characteristics that are parading themselves. I would say parading because, a politician is always a politician. But now that the conversation is changing and it's really opening up, I would really love to hear that conversation. That's why I was trying to catch up on Weston, like, who is your preferred candidate? I yield and I'll drop, and it was a very good conversation. And thank you so much.
Please. Yeah, please stay around as a listener. Even Weston is here and Hannah is here. They only that we needed to create space in the for speakers. But here they'll come back for some closing remarks. At this point, as Sankale comes in, I will have Dr. Morph as our new co-host to make his submission. Invite Sankale, Arisi, and then we go to Lyson. If you can go on that. So Dr. Morpho, karibu sana, and thanks for being part of our conversation.
Thank you, Justice, for the opportunity. And of course, the conversation, many thanks to the panel of speakers and also the listenership. I wanted to ask you just as a question, why, it is becoming clearly, it's becoming inevitably clear to us that you have certain inclination towards Matiang'i. Because I'm the co-host, I'll not demand the question right now. And the reason is because I believe this could be the third time that you are holding a discussion revolving around Matiang'i. But perhaps let me begin by telling you that in the past, the discussions about the Kenyan politics and the direction is taking, because our lives primarily as Kenyans, until now, that people are realizing, they have predominantly been dictated by the politics of the day. And perhaps that's why Moya at some point said, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. In full realization of the same, in the past, I've made certain kinds of arguments and persuasion as well when it comes to use of wisdom, applying the same when making a choice at the ballot. And with clear indication that such argument will be ignored, I chose not to be part of a group that will sink. And I decided to make certain independent decisions that would revolve around my life, because I thought it was necessary for me to talk about myself and my children and my generation. But I'm hiking back into the political discussion, and most especially fight against a regime I clearly foresaw, and I told people clearly, looking at how things were, we were confronted with what I would have called the canary in the coal mine. I believe this discussion is moving us in the right direction in terms of salvaging the situation. But perpetuity of this discussion, Justice, vis-a-vis the candidature of Matiang'i, does not seem to present a solution really among ourselves, but precipitates uncertainty and confusion. It has clearly been admitted that if Matiang'i is a person, we better stick to the complacency of a repressive regime that we have today. That is a level of submissiveness, despondency, and hopelessness that you could sit here and start discussing the candidate, the suitability of Mr. William Ruto and his continued regime against any other person, and most especially Matiang'i. For me, it becomes egregious, it becomes outrageous, it becomes a case of hopelessness. I have said before that I'm not the best person to hold brief for Matiang'i. and most especially about the Yala killings. But one thing I know for sure is that Mr. William Ruto was among the first people in the current regime to castigate Matiang'i for this. He's had a chance to investigate and to look into the matter. But because they have consistently failed to do so, your guess is as good as mine. But for me, what I would say is these people fear opening a can of worms. He fears opening a can of worms because it's been part of the past regimes. When Matiang'i speaks boldly about Kinei, a question that has not been posed to him, it tells you where he's pointing at. When he talks about Jacob Juma, he knows more than we know. But most especially, he knows who is complacent. The problem is, as usual, it becomes impossible. Or I just don't want to be defensive for him, but I want to say perhaps he thinks he'll be rubbing shoulders the wrong way. But perhaps because I want to give more people a chance to speak, I want to say we must remember where Matiang'i came from. Matiang'i came against backdrop of the new constitution 2010 that required the cabinet constitution be made of non-politicians, and that's how he made his way. Perhaps we will never have known who Matiang'i is. Matiang'i represents technocracy against the perpetuity of political elite that has drowned this economy, has drowned this country. When we talk about fight against oppression and corruption, I believe Matiang'i, among other things, he represents the same. But more importantly, it is also coming at a time when you must move the leadership and perhaps the presidency of this nation from two communities to a lesser community in order to show symbolism as far as equality and fight against marginalization and control by a few people. That and so many other things, but perhaps I stop it right now. Perhaps I'll have another chance to speak about it. You say that we are Sankale to take over. Thank you. Sankale, if you can hear us, please proceed.
Thank you. Justice for all. I hope you guys are fine. I'm also doing great. I want to go straight to the point. And guys, kama kuna NIS, if you're going to kill me after I've finished my submission, I don't care. I hope you guys record this. Because me, I'm going to speak the truth. And I think the young people, mwenye alisema tunakosa kufikiria, tunaogopa kufikiria, ukweli tunaogopa kufikiria. Yes, we are bright. Yes, we are doing the right thing. But Matiang'i, Kalonzo Musyoka, Rigathi Gachagua, all that old regime, apart from Maraga, those guys wanafichiliana. Let me go direct to my point. What do I mean? Between Uhuru Kenyatta alikopa 6.2 trillion. Guys, hiyo 6.2 trillion ilienda wapi? Is it pesa zetu walificha kwa mabanks country zingine? Is it pesa zetu wenye walijitajirisha nazo? Why did William Ruto sign finance bill? Yet alikuwa amekatazwa watu na Jimmy Wajigi asisign, asibebeshe Uhuru Kenyatta hiyo mzigo. Asibebe mzigo wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Why did he even end up signing this bill? Is it because anajua walikuwa wanakopa wakijitajirisha? Why do they want to bring Matiang'i? Is it because Matiang'i ni puppet ya Uhuru Kenyatta ataendelea kumfichilia zile pesa alikula zetu? Why am I saying Maraga? Maraga ni mtu atakuwa kama Traore. Atawashika, awafunge, auction mali yao, ilipe deni yetu na tukue debt free. So guys, mbona ninasema tunakosa kuthink deeper? Justice for all. I know you are senior. I've been telling these young people, my fellow Gen Zs, we meet, sit down, find a team, of maybe 200 people or 100 people. They're not our leaders, just a team that inaweza kuwa na press conferences. Si ati leo nimeona KOT Sonko kwa Citizen TV, kesho naona Wanjera, kesho naona Hanifa na kina Kalonzo. I don't trust Hanifa. Mkimuona muambie he's also a snitch. He's working with snitches. I don't trust snitches. We sit down, have our team, meet Maraga, tell him we want to form a political party, tell him ukiingia kwa ofisi, this and this is what we want you to do for us. Already we have a team. Yenye tutamwambia, we want you to arrest Uhuru Kenyatta, arudishe pesa yetu. Kama sivyo tunachukua mali yake, inakuwa auctioned. We want you to arrest. Guys, do you remember after Ruto alienda Ishaweri, akafanya handshake na Uhuru, what happened? Tuliona kina Lee Kinyanjui kwa government, tukona Mutahi Kagwe. So, if you ungesikiza speech ya Matiang'i jana, ni kwa sababu wana side na wezake. Do you know guys, tulikuwa almost kwa blacklisted when Ruto aliingia kwa kiti. Anaona ni kama kutulipia deni. Ni kama kutulipia deni ni favor. Ni yet ni pesa walikopa wakajitajirisha nayo. Wanatengeneza budget iko na deficiency ya 1 trillion. Wanaenda wanakopa 1 trillion ya kulipa loan. Hata justice for all, hata wewe ukue president wa hii country. Leo hatutamaliza 6 months kama hatujaandamana. Kwa nini? Lazima utahave kututax ndio tulipe loan yao. Ya wazee wenye walikula wamejitajirisha nayo wamejaza kitumbo. Hata if me Sankale you vote for me within 6 months ndashindwa kurun hii country. Kwa sababu tuko do you remember what happened in Ghana? Walikataa kulipa loan. IMF ilifanya nini? Ili freeze every account of every citizen. Ulikuwa unaendea pesa na gun kwa bank. Wezi toa 30%. Wali suffer for 1 year and a half. So what do we need? You, all of you, if we don't sit down, if we don't approach Maraga, if we don't, justice for all kama ni his space, inaweza toa justice for all, inaweza toa Leo L, inaweza toa Hana, inaweza toa Matt, like hata 10 people, we go sit, na space ingine inaweza toa another people, we go sit down with Maraga, tell him we want this and this and this and this. Hawa watu waturudishie pesa zetu, hatutawalipia deni. Tutawalipia deni kwa nini? Na yetu walikula wakajitajirisha. SGR hii yenye tulijengewa hapa juzi na ya Tanzania gani better? Kama unasema ya Kenya ni better 100%, kama una Kenya si better, eka thumb down. Kwa sababu walikula pesa yetu wakatutengenezea kitu I make sense. Hiyo ni Uhuru Ruto. Tungefaa kukopa 1.2 trillion for that 10 years. 1.2 trillion, lakini tukakopa 6.2 trillion. Hizi ni zile shida Ruto anafichilia brother yake na walikula pamoja. Let's ask ourselves this question. Where did kina Jacob Juma died? Why did they die? Mbona Matiang'i alishindwa kujibu hizo swali? Is it because they had answers that you are searching? And trust me, if they hear me saying all this, they might even finish me, but I don't care. But I'm telling you guys the truth. If we don't wake up, all these people kina Rex will die in vain. If mtashinda mkisema, let me just finish justice for all.
Sure. 1 minute.
Tunashinda tukisema we are faceless. We are faceless na tunaona wengine kwa TV hapa. Wewe ndio uko faceless hapa kwa hii group. Wewe uko faceless juu una follow mtu, wengine wako kwa TV. We are faceless na tunasema me I'm not faceless. That is my face by the way, you guys. If they wanna kill me, let them kill me. But I'm just telling you for sure, let be real. Let be truthful with ourselves. Matiang'i is another person mwenye anakuja kufichilia hawa. Idiots. No wonder nani? What do we call? Traore. Amekuwa 21 times trying to be assassinated. Why? Because after aliingia hiyo country, si ati ni wazungu wana assassin. Nothing. Ni the African people wana try kumuua juu alichukua mali yao. Akaziuza. Let's go take Brookside and everything. If they are not removed, they are not returning our money, they are going to jail.
Thank you, Sankar. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Very passionate, very strong, and all that. So we're going to continue following that order in a very brief ways. I know you're running behind, but I will give a
just for all before.
Yeah, okay.
Can you try? Me, I'm giving you this responsibility. Kila mtu akisikia. approach KOT, approach Mizani, approach everyone. Sijui kama uko country gani. There are people like Japonji who unajua wanaweza show up anytime. Even if you are away, tutafanya meeting, tutaweka TV, mtakuwa part of our meeting. Hata mkiwa far, tutakaa chini na Maraga na every big week mwenye ako pande yetu na every member, hata kama uko na followers 3. Na trust me, tunasikianga ukimake a lot of sense. Hatuwezi jaa sisi wote, lakini tukae chini na Maraga tumwambie this and this is what we want. I'm giving you that responsibility. I'm giving you 2 months. Reach out to them. Wenye watataka watake, wenye watataka wakae. Thank you.
Thank you, Sankale. Much appreciated for that. So let's move quickly into this, and I continue appreciating everybody for sharing. So we're gonna move in a very simple order. We start with Aris, Lyson, Matt. No, yes, Lyson, Matt, Alex, Honorable Kimani. I think that will be our final list of submissions. Then we do the closing remarks with my co-hosts, and of course, Western and Hannah as we close. So let's proceed in that order. Aris.
Good. Thank you, Justice, for giving me another opportunity.
Yeah, Lyson, you come in after Aris.
Good. Thank you again. So, Justice, I can hear emotions. I can hear people very passionate about their submission. But guys, we have to be grounded. I'm hearing big words. I'm hearing big talk. People throwing in big words and wanting to look good, and so that everybody can hear you. And this is my view. This is my philosophy. Guys, we live in Kenya. We are Kenyans. We know where we are. So, toa hii kitu tunaita kierere na panganga. You go out there and you're thinking you're living in a perfect world. That is not what we are. Kenya has 56 million people. You're one of them. You're one of us. Toa hii kitu mnafikiria that this country is going to change suddenly. That is not going to happen. It is going to change gradually, in the sense of baby steps. We are going to do this, things are going to move. But ukweli wa maneno is right now, you don't have like the options that you're putting on the nimesikia hapa, everybody's throwing in, but nobody's giving us names. You're not telling us this person because of this, because of that. At the end of the day, it is about management of resources. Watu hapa, I'm hearing conspiracies. Oh, Kenya is wealthy. Kenya has this. Guys, tuongee juu ya Kenya. Kenya, 3/4 of Kenya is arid. Kenya is a poor, a dry country. You need to understand that. That is number one. Kenya has 56 million people who live in a very small, just a third of this country is where people live. So toa kwanza hiyo, number one, we are a poor country. That is number one, that's a fact. Number two, the people who are leading us are there because people used emotions and not logic. And that is not going to change tomorrow. So to see, toa hiyo kitu hapa. That is not going to happen. Right now, at the end of the day, the very best option that we have is the people who are on the table. There is no magician. In fact, let me put this very clearly so that tusidanganyane. There is nobody who has not declared to be president up to this point is going to be president in 2027. That is a fact. You want us to give ourselves facts? Your president is either going to be President Ruto, President Matiangi, President Kalonzo, President Gachagua, President Maraga, President Omtara. There is nobody who has not declared up to this point. Those people are not going to happen magically and appear. Number two, we are talking about the government of Kenya. We are not talking about a church or a mosque whereby you are looking for angels to be your presidents. That is not going to happen. And my final conclusion, as you guys sit down and think about all this, remember, politics is about emotions. And what we are trying here is to build up emotion so that people can think about the person that we are supporting. That is what we are doing. Logic does not work in elections, and it is not going to happen. It doesn't work. Let's look at the US, for example. The person, the idiot who's president right now, was voted emotionally. Look at any country and tell me whether there's a country globally that has picked people because of logic. None. And you guys think Kenya is going to be the first one? Come on. Tutoe kizungu kubwa, tuambiane ukweli. Rais wenyu atavotiwa based on how people feel about him. Period. Thank you and have a lovely evening.
So do you think I will just throw in one question for you before I bring in the rest of the folks. Sorry. So do you think people will have good vibes, all positive emotions toward Matiang'i based on his past? Because now you've raised that issue. Okay,
no. That's not what I'm saying, Justice. I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to provoke you with that thought because looking at
Good.
what Matiang'i has done and what people have said,
let me answer it.
Emotions. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me answer it. People don't vote for people because they like them. They vote for somebody else because they like somebody else worse. And right now, that is all we're trying to do. We need to make Ruto look worse, way worse than Matiang'i, so that when you're picking that option, Matiang'i looks better. That is all. It's about emotions. That is how people win elections. It's not about logic. It's not about what I will do for you or what I'll not do for you. Period. So right now, what we are doing is making Ruto look like what he is, so that Matiang'i looks better.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Aris. And I will answer Dr. Mofo's question later that I'm biased toward Matiang'i. But Lyson, please, I'm sure I've kept you waiting for long. Matt and Alex in that order. Lyson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is for and all the people who have spoken earlier. But I think I'll be very forthright with the speaker who just finished. I think he's spoken a lot of bullshit, really. He wants to whip us towards his way of thinking and try to manage the whole thing look like it's crap. Because now he's saying that everybody's talking a lot of sense, a lot of Kizungu. Then now he's the one who's not talking Kizungu. He's talking about Trump, he's talking about emotions, yet he's telling us we don't need to be emotional, this is Kenya. I mean, that's a lot of nonsense. If you're supporting Matiang'i, just come here and say you're supporting Matiang'i, and these are your reasons. But don't try to come and humiliate other people, manipulate the whole thinking of every entire country or the entire society. We are talking about a revolution. We are not talking about being in Kenya. We are not talking about those things we're talking about and emotions. We are talking about a revolution. And the revolution is not going to be nice. It's not going to do, we are not doing the things that have been done before. And we are horribly disappointed by your submission because what Gen Zs did are things that you have not done before, even myself, in our generation, because they did something differently. They were empowered by technology, they are empowered by logic, reasoning, looking at their parents, they look at their lives, they look at their future, they look at their education, and they get to a position where I say they can ready to take a bullet. That is what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about anyone who has not declared you cannot become president. You know, when you reason like sometimes, I'm sorry to say, but you reason like someone who has not gone to school, and yet you're pretending to sell a solution to us, then outrightly we have to call you out. And I'm sorry I had to do that. But going back to my point, I think we must not be distracted. That this revolution is real, alive, and many things are happening. Those who are not seen always will talk like that. The issue is we want a new Kenya. If we are going to make a new Kenya by having 2 MPs, 3 MPs, 20 MPs that are going to be different from the previous set of leaders, then we are making progress. The question of solution, we've already been saying, let's mobilize people to start taking up MCA roles, MP role, senator's role, governor's role. Presidency, we have not even listened to this. I think the point said in earlier thing, we've never listened to any manifesto. So if you are even to be helped by emotions, who has campaigned among the presidential candidates? You can already make a decision that this is the person you want to be your president. I mean, the only person who has campaigned for presidency and we have seen the results is William Ruto. The rest of the people have expressed interest, just like the way I have a right to express my interest to become president. But the time will reach where people will express themselves, will whip emotions, will do whatever needs to be done in a political contestation, and Kenyans will make a decision. So what we're doing now is to prepare the ground for a better decision making for the next set of leaders so that we redeem our country. What we're doing now is we are preparing our people to be able to be more conscious about their power of the vote. What we're doing now is to make sure that we are putting enough fuel on this revolution for people to remember power belongs to them and the future is ours to protect, not ours to consume now. It's ours to protect for the children and for the love of this country. So, short and long of it, I think we need to divert from a lot of theater and think about what can we do, where are we now, what have we achieved so far. I think there are very many things that this revolution has achieved, and already we are winning because we can see the government of the day is playing helter-skelter, using bloggers, using goons, using all manner of things, using police intimidation, using laser wire around installations because they are in fear. They were not doing that before. So we are shaping this conversation, and nobody should derail the movement. Start thinking of what the government is planning to do. It is us to plan and let the government react to our decisions or our next move. We should never allow the government to set the pace. The only pace they know is violence, and that's why they have monopoly. And we give it to them. Power comes with monopoly of violence. That's why there's police and the military to use violence. But they can only use that violence when we violate the constitution. So we arm ourselves with the rule of law and push for an nonviolent revolution. But the same constitution guarantees you some rights, like rights to protect yourself. So if we are thinking of the next Mandamano, we cannot do it with a handkerchief and water. We must start becoming more radical. The revolution must become borrowing more from the Indian Revolution. There are going to be different arms, propaganda arms, where we are fighting and making Ruto be where he is. There must be intellectual arm to be able to manage what is going to be the political arm, to be able to be organizing our political fronts and the candidatures to start speaking to each other, organizing forums. I think I've heard you just this forum trying to organize and encourage such kind of things. That's very beautiful. We must have also the people who go to the streets, and we must be able to be there when duty calls. And mine is to say, go to the street, carry 5 eggs for your lunch, and in case you are attacked by goons, use your food to defend yourself. If you have to use your feces, like the Indians had to shit on the street, you better die having used whatever is in you than die with it. So this revolution will evolve, and we shall evolve as to the extent to which the abuse continues. And why we're in the middle of a revolution is because, number one, there's injustice, there's oppression, and trying to gag our freedoms and rights. That oppression is there. There is inequality, economic inequality. And that is what unifies the revolution, because there's social injustice and inequality. There is no way you can start a kiosk in Kenya and have a supermarket in the next 10 years. That means that you can only corrupt the system to be able to be richest. Yet you are going to take your children to school to have a degree, to get a better job, or to start a business and thrive. Those are the things we are talking about right here. We are not talking about this individual has been a minister here and there. He can now become a president. Even leaders who like Traore are not anything anywhere. And they're doing much better than the recycled leaders that have been there. So there comes a time where we are saying anybody can be anything in this country. And it doesn't need to know what you have been, who you have been, where you have been.
Thank you, Liza.
Convince the people, lead your people, and show leadership. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you for for sharing your sentiments, and I greatly appreciate your submission. I'm gonna move to Matt, and again, my co-host, please always feel free to jump in if you haven't rejoined or you have a question to ask. Just feel free. Japonch, I think is Mike. You guys feel free to guide the conversation as we get to the closing. So, Matt, I'll give you a chance with your 3 minutes. And also, as we speak, I want us to start asking ourselves if, for example, I had like a guideline of these are the things that I want to look at when I'm considering a candidate for any seat, presidency to begin with. What are some of those things that you want to think about? Because in the coming days, we're going to come up with a vetting, protocol that we can use to say that if you don't fit this, nope, you're out. Matt, then we can move to Alex and then Honorable Kimani. And then we just finish up quickly. We are not taking new mics unless it's people who had spoken before and they want to do a rebuttal, then we can do that, but not new mics for now until tomorrow. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Justice. I've been waiting this opportunity for long. I've been hearing people, they are so harsh and they're speaking about Matiang'i. We are not hating Matiang'i. We are not saying Matiang'i is bad. But let me tell you something. To be a minister and to perform well in a certain ministry, it doesn't bring you or give you a ticket to be a good president of the Republic of Kenya. That is number one. So you can be a good minister in a certain ministry, but you don't fit to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. We have to understand that. What I saw yesterday, Matiang'i responding, that means that Matiang'i doesn't fit to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. So we need to have a zero pressure. Let's look about Maraga. When we look at Maraga, we see Maraga, he has qualification. Understand me well. Maraga has a qualification. And let me tell you, if Maraga will take this country today, the leadership of the country today, I'm not judging him, I'm not saying anything, but I trust in him. If this person will take the Republic of Kenya and to lead the Kenyans, I know those billions, those trillions that Uhuru Kenyatta kept, those trillions, those billions, even William Samuel Ruto, the president now, I understand and I know that guy, he will do necessary.
Hey, Alex, kwani umekosea nani?
Acha ameze mate arudi.
Think we lost him. Matt, you are to come next. Can you proceed?
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to say that during the Jubilee presidency, as far as I know, it was the first time in Kenya, in their campaigns, that there was a massive social media manipulation. And there was talk of Cambridge Analytica and all these other weird things. So, and so we expect that Matiang'i, being part of that group, will have a lot of social media manipulation. So for that reason, I think the PSYOPs have not even started yet. So I just wanted to caution people when you hear people like Arisi come up with weak arguments, trying to be deflationary, trying to tell you that there is nothing you're doing. This is only the beginning. And so just be prepared and don't lose hope, because such people are there to manipulate you, to deflate your efforts, to make you feel small. They really add no value to your life. So if such people come and talk to you, you can just ignore them and talk about something that's of more value, I think. Then I just wanted to touch on, when we talk about what Matiang'i does in terms of his current job being tied to international finance and these central bankers that I would consider around the world, is that what the problem with the way that currently the world works financially is that with the dollar being the gold standard, the dollar is basically printed by the Federal Reserve in the United States, right? And the problem with that is that means there is a person who creates artificial scarcity of money. They can print as much money as they want, or they can restrict the flow of money. However, for you as a Kenyan, you work for your money. You cannot print your own money. You cannot create your own money out of nowhere. However, if you had a bank, if you ran a central bank or a bank, you could print money, which a central bank can print money and a bank can print money in terms of loans. Now, the problem with what people like the World Bank do is that they will be the people who will disburse money to these third world countries like Kenya. And the problem is like a country like Kenya, which is dependent on the dollar because the dollar is the reserve currency of the world. As I said, for example, Kenya cannot print its own dollars. That means we have to sell the US something that it wants to get dollars. Otherwise, we have to take loans for dollars, right? So what these people essentially do is that they create a trap of dependency on their financial systems. And this keeps on leading us lower and lower in the value chain and in our place in society. And this also happens in terms of that's when you hear, for example, that those dollars never arrived to Kenya, that's because it's more beneficial. They create a system that incentivizes the people in that country to prefer to invest that money back into their safe havens that they already own rather than invest it in Kenya, where the investment is actually risky and they may not get as quick returns, and that the investments could be seized. So I just wanted to explain that small part about when people talk about what Matiangi represents, when people talk about the World Bank and such things. That is imperialism, that is slavery, that is a trap that you're falling into. And also just caution you on the amount of social media manipulation that you will see. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Omat. I think the next person should be Otieno Edgar, then followed by Honorable. I think, that one. Edgar.
Thank you, everyone. Mi niko tu na machache. Jambo la kwanza, ukiangalia watu wenye wanatusumbua hata kwa serikali saa hii, hizo ndio example yenye nataka niseme. Wakati hii constitution yenye run this country ilikuwa inatengenezwa, they opposed it. We saw during the reign of Uhuru Kenyatta, Matiangi was a CS of Interior and how he behaved when he had power. What shows you right now that he will obey the court orders when he will be the top. He will be the top now, the top of tops. That we will obey the court orders. As me, I don't trust Matiangi. And I don't think and I don't believe if Matiangi will obey court orders. That is one thing. I don't want to see a scenario where Kenyans will be going to streets again to demonstrate that the president has failed to disobey the court orders. The president is using the police and the security departments of this country to torture people, to kidnap, abduct, and kill people. I don't want to see this country going that way again. This is the right side, the right time. We have to make the right decision as fast as we should. No emotions, though wanasema emotions lazima zikuwe kwa politics. Nasikia watu wengine wakisema aura sijui nini, charisma, lazima president akuwe mtu mwenye sijui ako tough. Google. The calmest president in this world is the president of the current Singapore. The Singapore president is the calmest president in this world. And look how that man is running Singapore. Very smooth. Since he got into power, he has never changed any law of that land to favor himself or favor the people close to him. He's running it the way Lee Kuan Yew left that country. He's just using those laws. There's no day we have had or seen people of Singapore are demonstrating that the president is changing laws to favor him. But what is happening to this country? People who disobey laws, they only come up with the laws which oppresses people. Look at the people like Esther Passaris. They want to amend to bring rules which will oppress us, which will not allow us to go to have freedom of the demonstration. That right, they want to take it away. It is unfortunate that they are using the same thing they are proposing right now is the same law which the British used on 13th June 1950.
Edgar, 1 minute. I've added you just some 30 seconds to land. I'll be running a timer. So if you hear, your time is up. Please land in 30 seconds, please.
Okay. So my Matiangi is not the option for Kenyans. We must look for another person. Matiangi has been brought by old people who have been in the government. Who is our own candidate? We as this generation, who is our candidate? We have no candidate. We have not come up with ours. Matiangi is for them to protect their properties, the wealth which they have stolen from the Kenyans. So let us think critically and wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. We give it to Honorable Kimani. After that, we go to Kahaya. Honorable Kimani, your time starts now. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I have heard somebody ask about what we look up to from a leader. And for me, I think I would look up or I would vote for a leader who first will go and cut the salary of these people by most probably by 70%. I think 30% is enough for these people. About corruption, I think we need a very serious law about, maybe we can think of a public execution law, which means all thieves, if you have stolen anything from the public, we call people in a field like Kasarani, we just execute you and we do away with the corruption. That I think that is the easiest way to do away with the corruption. And that is why things like or countries like China have excelled, because they have such laws. Why are we fearing to have such laws? About who is better and who is worse, I don't think I don't think this is the right time to make the decisions. We have not seen their manifestos. We have not heard them communicate about our issues. We have to first listen to them and know who is most capable of doing what we want. What I would urge is that majority of us should go to the parliament so that we can go serve our own interest first as youths. Go change the constitution, make sure that even a youth can run for presidency, because these old people, they made sure that for a youth to run for president is until you get that 5 years and above, but they never limited their age. They can run as far as you are breathing, you can run for presidency. That's one issue that is taking this Kenya to a deeper edge. And about who is better, I have just said I'm not here to comment, but I don't think it's the right time. I come and say a presidential candidate, just like some of us have been doing here, that we don't need Matiangi, we need Maraga. Maybe for you, you need Maraga. Somebody else needs Ruto. Somebody else needs Rigade. Somebody else feels like Ruto is the best president ever. So to avoid those conflicts, let's just first focus on our issues. Afterwards, we will find a leader who is ready to serve our interests. Thank you for that moment.
Thank you. Maybe a question for you. The problem we have today with the current government, you think it is because of the poor manifesto or is because they've not followed the constitution? Which one should come first?
First, we have to know.
Dr. Mofa, a quick one so that we can clarify. There is no law that prevents a young person from running for presidency. Kindly look at the constitution that we are using now. Stop using the one that is from before 2010. That law that you've quoted does not exist.
Thank you for the correction. I will go and check. Dr. Mofa, ask your question again, please.
Yeah, you said that you don't have you're not able to make your decision right now because you've not seen their manifesto. What do you think you need to see better? Is it the manifesto or the constitution? Because the current government has a very good manifesto but does not follow the constitution.
The problem is, when voting, majority of us never think of never thinks about our interest. We just vote for whoever maybe pays us to do so. So before we make a decision, let's first think of what do we need as Kenyans. For me, I need a system that runs. I need a president who can say, this salary is too much, let us cut it so that we can solve the problem of our subject.
Okay, thank you. I will give it to Kahaya, then Wiki.
Is it good evening or good morning? I'll start my by kusema hivi. Personally, mi sijaenda shule, nimesikia mkisema kuna wenye wanaongea nikawa jienda shule. So I'm going to speak my mind and I hope you guys won't judge that. So my first point is we have reality and we have what people say on this app. Because hapa kwa hii app, tunaweza tukambiana, we have to come up with a better option than Matiangi. We have to come up with a better option than Maraga. We have to come up with a better option than, I don't know, Ruto, if he still is running. But point ni hii, we still need the numbers. Na nishaiambia watu hii kwa another space and people actually walinitukana huko. Because at the end of the day, Maraga is personally, mimi, my choice is Maraga, personally. But then nikikaa chini nikiangalia, so far so good, Maraga is doing nothing to get the votes. But we have Matiangi mwenye anajaribu up and down to get the votes. Mimi, in my mind, I know that at the end of the day, I know Ruto is the person I want to go home first. Nifikirie hizo zingine after. So for you guys, it could be we want better leaders, but me wanajiambia Rome cannot be built in one day. So I'll go for the person who is most likely to remove Ruto from power, because wakati wa Ruto, mimi nimesafa. I'm a business person. I have suffered and I know I need Ruto to go. That is my first point. And then my second point would be, kila mtu hapa anakuja anaongea anasema Matiang'i amefanya hii makosa, Matiang'i amefanya hii makosa, but then you're not giving us your option. Unakuja tu unasema Matiang'i, I don't know Rivayala, but then you're not giving us who your candidate is. I think next time tukihold such a space, inafaa iwe mtu anakuja anasema okay, I support Maraga because I've seen him do this, I've seen him do this, I've seen him do this, so that if there is anyone countering what I feel as a person is the right option, anasema okay, Maraga alifanya hii which is wrong, Maraga alifanya hii which is wrong, so that at the end, mimi nikuwe na you give me a good reason why I should doubt Maraga. But what you guys, most of you are doing, mnaniambia Matiang'i is a bad person, but then you're not giving me reasons why, apart from the tuseme kama conversation ya jana. Believe me, hata mimi saizi naongelesha hapa, you are, I think, less than 100 people, but then niko na tension ndani yangu, despite the fact that I know there is no way you're going to take me. For Matiang'i anaongea, millions of people are watching, and he might have messed up, he might have I don't know, anaweza kuwa ameongea vitu zenye probably ziliwaudhi, but then kuna hiyo tuseme aje, he might have been anxious. So number 2 yenye nimesema, next time, naona nasikia time yangu imelia, next time sema I don't want this person because he did this and this and this and this is my option. And then for the rest, acha tu nipitie haraka because I had written down. We always have the to vote kwa wale watu wanaingia kwa debe. So if we have Maraga and Matiang'i and Ruto, we always look for the better ones. Whether we like it or not, I cannot vote for Maraga kama hayuko kwa debe. So as much as tunaongea hapa tunasema ATO, sijui we need a better option, is that person vying? Because tukienda, if we are comparing Ruto and Maraga, if I can be honest, I will give Maraga. If Maraga is not there and I have Ruto and Matiang'i, I'll go for Matiang'i. So we'll always have to vote for the better ones. And then manifesto, nimesikia mtu akitaja hapa, are we voting for manifesto or the constitution? I think it was Dr. Mofo. Let me be honest, manifesto is kind of bullshit. Kwa sababu, I can promise you all the good things. Wanaume wamejaa hapa ndani, huwa mnakatia wasichana. Before you start dating, you promise this girl a lot of stupid things that you're not even going to do. And manifesto is kind of the same. I've been in politics, nilikuwa KU and I dropped out, but I was in politics za KU. And I remember tulipromise watu vitu mingi sana because we wanted the votes. After you get the votes, you won't do a damn thing. So for that one specifically, tusiseme manifesto, let's look at huyu mtu, is he the better worse? Because at the end of the day, we will vote for the better worse. Nobody is going to be perfect. Dr. Mofo kiasi naona unataka kuongea. And then my final point is, we are wasting time, guys, because as it is, Ruto and the compatriots, I can call them that, already wanajua Ruto is our candidate. Wale watu wanataka kuvotia Ruto already wanajua Ruto is our candidate. Sisi bado tuko mixed up, tunasema sijui Maraga, Matiang'i, nini. Can't we guys just find a way to settle on one candidate na tukubaliane tuseme come 2027 this guy is our candidate, and then we massively venye tunasemanga tu siri ni numbers, massively to promote mse such that hata wale wazee wataenda kuvote, they know the candidate mwenye sisi tumechagua ni huyu, they already know that person, rather than tushinde tukiargue hapa about Matiang'i is bad this way, Maraga is bad this way, I don't know who is bad that way. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Haya, we go to Wiki, 3 minutes strictly, then Honorable Mambo. Wiki, your time begins now. Honorable Mambo, if you can hear me, please pick it up.
Okay, hello guys. Mine is just but a few. What I can say is that according to my strong and pointed political opinion, and many Kenyans have voiced similar concern, are that, first, Matiang'i is not a good candidate for the presidency. For example, you can attest, because his track record speaks volumes. Deviance of court orders during his time in government raises serious questions about his respect for the rule of law. Leadership demands integrity and accountability, not impunity. Let's not forget that Matiang'i was Uru's project. He rose through the ranks under state protection and then often operating with unchecked power. Now rebranding himself as an independent voice, Kenyans are not blind. We must demand better, not just a change in faces, but a change in principles. Because when you compare Matiangi with Maraga, I will go for Maraga, at least for his time when he was the Chief Justice. We can give a lot of credit, and we can even choose him widely because he was even competent. Matiangi was competent, but he defied a lot of court orders, and that will not make him better. And you know, how we can oust Ruto from the power will not be easy. It will need a lot of strategy. You know, Ruto has got a lot of strategies. And like, you know, when we go for these demos, and even like we want to make our way into the power, but how as Gen Zs we don't really have a candidate who we are better off with. So we should have a strategy and then come up with the person that will, some officials or even some leaders that we can trust them, whom we can work with them a strategy into, you know, challenging Ruto come 2027. But if you are coming up with Matiangi, then that will be like you are changing from a devil. You want, you know, last year's devil or 2022's devil will not become an angel come 2027. That was the view that I would give you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mambo, for observing the time. Justice, I believe we'll be doing the closing remarks. How much time do you want to give us?
Yeah, I think I would go back for us to start doing the. Or is it? Did Wiki speak?
Yes. Okay. He skipped. We skipped his chance, but we can give it to him.
Okay, yeah. So if you can speak, and then after that, now I'll go to the closing remarks from. I hope I'm waiting for Western. Of course, you will come last. Make your final submission in closing, but I will have Sam, Be Real, Kibunja, and then Western, Hannah, Leol, yourself. Then we close. But let's go to Wiki if he can submit now that he has the mic.
Thank you. I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the people have given their views, and everybody, his views is varied. I can see the topic is about Matiangi. Is Matiangi really serious? The topic itself, it tells, it has an hidden meaning, you know. I can say, you know, the problem with our young generation, that is Gen Z, or the intellectuals in Kenya, they are being captured. We start a course. Before we are there, most of us were captured. Before we achieve what we want. Like now in this, you might find most of us are working for somebody that even we don't know. We think we are together, but most of us are working for somebody. There might be people who are here, we are taxed. You are given a task to, yani, kutoa Matiang'i rangi, kuna mwingine anatoa Kalonzo rangi, kuna mwingine, and that is the happiness of the government. As long as we continue with these arguments, Ruto will stay. Period. Hakuna venye unaweza toa Ruto with this kind of approach. First thing we are supposed to agree on as good patriots of Kenya. First thing, Ruto must go. Even if you find me on the parrot and Ruto, you close eyes on Ruto. That's the first thing you should do to start change now, towards a change, the beginning of change. Then from there, then we start, you know, this conversation must be a continuous conversation. Fixing the government should be continuous. Hatuendi kumaliza hii election inakuja. Mtu mubaya akiingia bado we are there. We will work on him. we will work on these people until we find the right person. Number two, when I see Matiang'i said he is fighting for presidency, and the people are reacting on Matiang'i, everybody's reacting on Matiang'i. Maybe as a person, I cannot say he's a good man, but I can say there's no need, as long as we keep on surrounding we are throwing our arguments on Matiang'i and not focusing on what do we do, if not Matiang'i, who else? So at the end of the day, if we find the root and the Matiang'i, so what will we do? Let us talk to these people. Whom do we want? Then let him know that we want him. So as things stand, I cannot compare Matiang'i and the Ruto. For the fact, Matiang'i, I cannot say Matiang'i Ruto to continue. That's no argument. Thank you, but we should next time I can hear the bell is ringing. Next time we should think if we should come with solutions. If you say Matiang'i is bad, give us a solution. Thank you so much.
Much appreciated. I will read a few comments. We have been here. I know it's past midnight for some people. So I would take like 1 minute to read a few comments, one or two, and then we go to the closing remarks. Please, guys, keep the closing remarks. I think we only have 3 people doing the closing remarks. Keep the closing remarks to a max of maybe 1.5 to 2 minutes at most. So start preparing your thought process so that you are able to submit effectively. So let me sample some of these comments. I won't go over all the almost 90 comments. The first comment we had from Kibet Bol was interesting because it talked about that pay attention to paragraph 3 and 9. And this is what paragraph 3 and 9 says in the post that he put up there. Political heavyweights, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, and Gachagua. Raila no longer holds that status due to his deep unpopularity in Mount Kenya and persistently low voter turnout in Nyanza. There is not enough time to build a new heavyweight before 2027. For that reason, Matiang'i was the best performing minister in Uhuru's government. If we need a performer, we should vote for Matiang'i. But if we want a diplomat, we should vote for Kalonzo. Matiang'i is arrogant, but this is normal in Kenya. A good number of Kenyans display similar traits. Okay, I'll go to Ivory. Ivory says, I agree with Western on this. Matiang'i's audience was his master in the West. I didn't feel his impact in this interview. Kukuru Kakara said, so because we have a lot to consider, we should allow impunity to prevail. He was asking in relation to the people who are allowing Matiang'i. Then Kukuru Kakarakuruka, that's his name, is saying sanitizing is going on here in this space. Didn't you learn after Ruto? You want Kenyans to ignore an obvious show of impunity. Come on, guys. Real says, yes, we are being manipulated by just a group of people in this country who think they must make the decision for us Kenyans. We can't be duped once again like the last elections. They managed, but it is the last. Kenyans, wamuram. Okay, I don't know what that Swahili word is, honestly. And then let's go to someone else. John Kibati says that it depends on how much you hate Matiang'i to interpret his interview to suit your thinking and your masters. The commentator replies to Alex Monde by saying, we are not going for a lesser evil this time round, by the way, with due respect, sir. I'm going to move quickly so I don't read everything. Matt replies to Kenanda Wallace, never fight for the armed forces. I think Wallace had indicated that let's go fight for the armed forces because pesa ya chakula imekatwa. So it says that never fight for the armed forces. They will beat you up and shoot you in those protests. People were beaten by cops while protesting salary deductions of the police. All right, I'm almost done, guys. The other comment I wanted to read is from my friend Bungadi from Uganda, who says that the worse they are in society, the more love they have. They have created criminal gangs in numbers enough to prop them to leadership. Museveni has just led a criminal gang in the streets of Kampala for nomination. After nomination, the police is rounding up the criminals, but Museveni has passed as flag bearer. He's running again. Wow. Mustafa, it seems we are falling for the traps and political rhetorics, just like our fathers and their forefathers in their poor political electoral choices. We should stop this kind of stupidity in order to address and talk of political discourse in our country. We have got common problems and common enemies, and these are both political classes, be it those in power or those opposing them. They are one and the same. Your point says, I believe he said, hashtag reset, readjust, restart, refocus. And finally, I'm going to read Mustafa. I'm kindly requesting to be, given the chance to finish discussion tonight for a word of prayers. Okay, Mustafa, if you're there, yeah, and then finally, Kemi, that's the final comment, is that who even remembers Ruto's manifesto? All right, closing remarks. Oh, did we get a new speaker again, Eric? Okay, so let's get a minute each to do our closing remarks. I will start with, I'm sorry, Eric, we won't give you much time because of it's really past our time. But Eric, I will, because you are a speaker, I will give you a minute. Then I go to Kibunja, Be Real, Sam, Dr. Mofo, Leol, and then we close. A minute, please. Eric. Eric? Okay, Eric is not there. Kibunja, closing remark. A minute.
Maybe because we discussed about looting, I wanted to add some information about I think the 2019, when Duale was the leader of majority, there was some, I think there is an act that was edited to allow the way money goes to consolidated funds, that Eurobond didn't have to come to the consolidated fund where Auditor General could go through could audit it, and it could be spent at the source. So something I wanted to add from what Sankari had said. And the other worrying factor is that the Minister of Finance, Badi, had told us that the earliest we will feel relief of this debt is 2032. So we need to ask ourselves, are we going to have all these problems at 2032? Hoping that the government will not even borrow more so that we don't go to 2040 with all these problems. As we return to our bed, it's also good to ask ourselves, is what we discuss on X, that is it the same that is being discussed on the ground? We are a small number here, but on the ground, people reason differently. How can we cascade that information into the ground to the voter? The voter goes to the person with the highest probability of winning because they fear vacuum. That's why they go for the lesser evil. We're in competition. We're in competition, and we are competing for the wider audience. So our competitors are using the mainstream media. We are here using X, which can even be shut down before elections. And as I learned, maybe we can think about a younger candidate which we can front. I don't know why we have only to discuss people who are even not one of us. Maybe we can also have a younger person presenting the youth and go and work with the Kinamaragas and the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. We might ask Dr. Mofo not to go for Ruiru and then go for the presidency. Anyway, let's go to, thanks Kibunja, as always, great submissions. Let me go to Sam, then Be Real. Sam?
Thank you, Justice. Mine will be simple. One, I honestly need a leader in our country. I feel that I lack direction from the leadership. We don't know. I don't know where I'm supposed to go or where I am going as a person in terms of education,